Is this thing working? Is that working? Looks like it is. Gotta do all of my due diligence here. So for VOD boys, you can go ahead and jump ahead whenever you show up, because most likely nothing's gonna be happening for the next couple of minutes. You can jump ahead to the reveal if you want to see me, you know, totally pog-face constantly at all of the wonderful buffs that we're going to be getting. Surely, right? Alright, now to do announcement. It's really hard. For some reason, it's really hard to type in Necropolis. Like, my fingers don't want to do it. There we go. All right. Video James. What was that? What's up, Dustin? Devil, Fresh, Honra, Felipe, Critical Thinking, and Devil. Already said Devil. Ready for the negative 500% less loot? You mean back to how it was previously? You mean back to how it was before this leak? It basically feels like nothing has changed. What up, what up, what up, boys? For the clean look, I kind of cycle between letting my beard get super long and just shaving it sometimes. Champ rework. I don't know that, does Champion need a rework realistically? Like, I don't think Champion needs a rework. Its nodes are fine. Like, I actually think his nodes are good, right? Like, Taunt is okay. These nodes aren't horrible. I'd call these like B or C tier nodes, but then it has like S tier, S tier, S tier, and then this is like a B or an A tier node. Like Inspirational is just insane. Unstoppable, Hero, and Fortitude are just insane. These are ridiculous nodes, right? This one's okay. These are eh. Like, not every ascendancy can have all S tier nodes. You know, we're not all Deadeyes. Let's be real. Like, not every node on an ascendancy, except maybe one, can be just like S tier. Okay. People even managed to find a use for rupturing, dude. What's up, Aegis? Hope your day's going well. It's going okay. I had a pretty tough run this morning. Today was a threshold day. Threshold days are a little rough. Here's my bingo. Feel free to take a look. Okay, so base bingo. We could probably go off of this. Hi, is his name Mark Roberts? Is that his name? Mark Roberts, right? Sentinel returns. I don't know if Sentinel's returning, to be honest with you. I don't know if Sentinel's returning. Didn't play it all last league. Super excited for this one. Last league was a big league. It was probably the most... Why are you putting this in here?
Daddy. Will Glad be saved from mediocrity? Big whacked.
Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you for the 46 months. Jesus. Sentinel returns. New scares. We already know this one. We already saw it. What's up, Scar? Ruthless patch notes. There'll probably be something. Kinetic. Why would they destroy Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation? For what reason? I'm pretty sure mine is like the literal only build made with Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation that works at a low gear level. I think it's the only one. Like, Penance Brand of Dissipation had like literally 10 different full-on build guides.
Hey, well, here we are.
Yo, what's up, Bugs? I can't see how many that is. Is it 36? Appreciate you, gamer. Make sure to pet docs in the chat. Thank you for the 36 months. I think Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation will be fine. At worst, it might get a small nerf, and then it would still be fine. Scourge maps return. That would be cool, but I don't see much of a reason for it. Beyond is pretty much fine. Do we drops today? Yeah, there's drops. Drops are only on Twitch, of course, because YouTube doesn't have that set up. So if you want drops, you got to be over on Twitch. But yeah, they're enabled. Drops are always enabled on this channel. You can do this. Drops are always enabled. All right, let's see. Big leveling quality of life. Yeah, they don't do this, sorry. They make leveling worse. Crafting nerfs, we already know this is the case. So I said this from the moment that we got the reveal of them changing the Veiled Chaos Orbs. There is a huge chance that low to mid-end crafting has like quadrupled in price potentially. There's a chance that like low to mid-end crafting is just dead in the water depending on the price, depending on the drop rate and the price of the new Veiled Orbs, dude. Like there's a huge chance of that, okay? Uber Sanctum, possibly. These will probably go to tier 0. Actually, I don't know that I believe that. The thing about Ralakesh's is they're very good, but are they tier 0? They would be a not expensive tier 0. Like, they would be a not expensive tier 0. I could see Ralakesh's getting to like 20-30 divine if they move to tier 0, because not every build wants Ralakesh's. They're very good, but it's not like in every single build. Whereas like 90% plus of builds can use Mageblood, you know? Big Atlas Tree additions. I can see an Atlas Tree change. They're doing like scarabs and stuff like that. I could see Atlas Tree changing in some reasonable ways. Betrayal rework. I think that's what Necropolis is. If you like gun to my head said, what do you think Necropolis is? I'd probably say it's some kind of like betrayal-ish, crafting-ish rework. If I had to guess, I think they're gonna do something like that. Uber Delve bosses. I don't care. Hi, I'm Mark Roberts from Grinding Your Games. Heist bases nerfed. Should they be nerfed? They're already insanely rare. You know how, you know the reason why those bases are so expensive is because of how rare they are. They're not easy to roll either. They're both expensive because they're insanely rare and not that many people do heists. I tried really hard to get people to do heists so that there would be more of those available. Loot buffs, doubt it. Nothing that they do will ever give us as much loot as the previous league did, so this is just a dead space. We got the big meta shakeup last league. People, the weird thing to me is that people have been like complaining. They're like, I still want a big meta shakeup. I was like, bro, that's what we got last league. Like, this league was big meta shakeup. We got transfigured gems, and we're probably going to get more. So the meta shakeup happened, dude. The meta completely shifted. So yeah, big Abyss changes. I can see some Abyss changes, probably not big ones. Ultimatum needs massive buffs. Defiance of Destiny will probably go to tier 0. What tier is Defiance of Destiny? Path of Exile, Rarity, Unique tiers. What tier is Defiance of Destiny? Defiance of Destiny is tier 1. I could see it going to tier 0, to be honest with you. Like, this item is just really, really, really strong. I could see this going to tier 0. It would still be a not insanely expensive tier 0, but I could see it going to tier 0. Yo, what's up, Kazani? My theory, Necropolis, Betrayal, Sanctum, and Abyss get fused in one mechanic. Potential, something like that. I think that could happen, right? Is Defiance of Destiny even that much of an issue in softcore? The big thing about it in softcore is it basically replaces evasion. So the most difficult content in the game right now is intended to be Valdo's maps, right? And I think that's where a lot of the nerfs are going to be centered around, is that I think that Valdo's maps were way too trivialized this league. And I think anything that's going to be nerfed is going to be stuff that has to do with Valdo's maps. I don't think much else is realistically going to get like hard nerfs. That means Penance Brand of Dissipation. I don't know that the Trickster build will get nerfed. Maybe some of the defenses potentially. But Defiance of Destiny is kind of an insane, it's just kind of an insane amulet, to be honest with you. This is like up there with the other amulets when it comes power-wise. Because if you don't understand what this does, it essentially just replaces evasion on a build. You equip this, and you just have almost the equivalent of evasion, right? So it's like, it's pretty nuts, dude. Aldo's Master trivialized because of Penance Brand of Dissipation, not defenses. It wasn't even Penance Brand of Dissipation that was like the main build that people used for that though. Like most people were not playing that build for it, right? Like Rue did, and the people like adjacent to Rue were playing Penance Brand of Dissipation, but for the most part it was like tricksters and stuff like that. Does the Fury Valve amulet work with splitting steel? It's okay. I don't know that it's the ideal amulet. I haven't really been keeping up with splitting steel. Check what Rue did with splitting steel. I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, I can see this going to tier 0 for sure. That amulet is just really strong. Let's see. Magic Find nerf. Realistically, I don't think Magic Find itself needs to be nerfed. I'd like it to be nerfed. I would like them to just completely get rid of player quant from the game. I'd like it to just go away, right? I'd like for it to just go away. Like player quant I think is just garbage and shouldn't be a stat, except maybe in like 1 or 2 places. Like there should be very limited places that player quant exists, and it should be in like a belt or an amulet slot. That's my opinion on what Magic Find should be. The problem with Magic Find was that it was massively overblown because of the nature of the Affliction League. But I just dislike the base Magic Find mechanic as a whole. Tornado Shot nerf? I think this is possible. I think Tornado Shot nerf is possible. I know it's kind of cope to even think like that because... like, let's be real, right, chat? This is the only nerf that I think Tornado Shot ever got, right? Like, I think this is the only one it ever got. Like, it got buffed in 3.13. And then it got buffed in 3.23. Will my CI agnostic build still work? It never has. What is melee? A mistake. But yeah, I don't know. Would it get nerfed? Penance Brand's Dissipation. I think Penance Brand will probably catch like a 30 or 40% nerf at least. I think it either might be mechanically nerfed or it might catch a 30 to 40%. It was just too prolific this league. The problem is that if you don't nerf Penance Brand of Dissipation, there is only realistically 2 builds that you play for league start. If you're trying to be serious about the game, if Penance Brand of Dissipation doesn't get nerfed, you basically play Penance Brand of Dissipation or like some kind of big ranged Deadeye. Those are the 2 builds if Penance Brand of Dissipation doesn't get nerfed. That's it. That's all that you play. If you want like a big juicy map clear, you go like a Kinetic Blast or Tornado Shot, whatever, right? Like you go one of those. Other than that, you go Penance Brand of Dissipation. There's just no reason not to do that. New OP uniques. It's been a little bit, I think, since we've had any like game-changing uniques, right? Like, I don't really consider Defiance of Destiny game-changing. It's big. I don't know if it's game-changing. I guess the Rowley change is kind of a game-changing unique. I don't know. It's a build-enabling unique. Rowley is. We don't know if that which was taken is coming back though. Like that which was taken was very good, but I don't know if it's coming back. We just don't know yet. PoE 2 segment longer than PoE 1 segment. You know it, brother. 100% chance. Out of map lead mechanic, I think it's gonna be both. I think it's gonna be out of map and in map. Your build Kinetic Blast bold I made, and guess what? I did not know Tincture needed to be activated, so I dropped it in a few days because it was not very good. The thing about it is that even without tinctures, it's still very good. It's just set up for tinctures. Like, I'll show you this here, right? So this is my current character in game. I've been working on like low end version of it, right? Kinetic Blast or Bolt nerfed? I highly doubt it. all of the versions of Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation that got popular, mine was the only one that had a low-end version. Every other one was like 500 plus divine, so I don't think it's gonna get nerfed. But yeah, I've been working on a low-end version, and I mean, it's pretty solid. When do the servers come back up? We've got a pretty decent amount of time. Even the low-end version is pretty good. Like this is like almost no gear. $854 megabyte patch. What? Added support for our upcoming Necropolis League announcement and its new supporter packs. What does that mean? Hello? Why is it an 800 megabyte patch right now? Wasn't Kinetic Bolt just stat stacking? Mine was not stat stacking. But there was, yeah, there was int stack, there was strength stack, and then the other one. Where did I posted a video of it. There was a PhD shield version of it. But the problem is like, so this guy, right? Hide your email. It's my email. It's my business email. Like, why am I gonna hide my business email? You can find it on my YouTube channel, my Twitch, my Twitter. Like, it's everywhere. It's my business email. This guy, I don't think this is the guy that made it, but this just randomly got suggested to me, right? And this is PhD shield version of it that uses like Defiance and Destiny and stuff. I don't remember the name of the guy who actually made this build. This is very, very similar, but like the problem is that the vast majority of people don't even know how to play it right. I'm gonna show you something. So this guy, look at this. This guy has Defiance of Destiny, Mage Blood, Progenesis, all of this gear, right? These gloves, 8-link gloves, 9-link gloves, yeah? This absurd wand, Nemus, all this stuff, right? But then watch how he fights the boss. Why is his quality so low? I mean, 4K. Watch how he fights the boss. He's not positioning the ability right. Like, look at how he's attacking. He's not positioning the ability right, so he's doing less than 1/10 of the damage that he's supposed to go. Now watch what happens when he actually, he'll position correctly here in a moment, but watch what, also this isn't Lair of the Hydra, by the way, but watch what happens when he positions correctly in a moment, okay? Like, you see this damage, right? Like, watch the damage that he does, and then when he moves up to here, up to this corner, you'll see. So this is like ZDPS, right? Now watch what happens when he jumps down here and moves correctly onto the boss. Watch. Instant death. I was confused for a long time as to why people were like, this build doesn't do any damage, and it's because they're not positioning correctly. I thought I said it enough, but like, if you don't, especially if you're using Nemus, right? If you're using this ring, you need to be phasing and you need to be inside of them, okay? Like, you need to enter them to be able to get the proper damage. But yeah, skill issue. Okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about, chat. We'll work on the bingo in a couple of minutes here. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, okay? So I've been working on low-end versions of the build, so this is pretty low-end, okay? There's not a lot of gear here. I think the most expensive piece of gear, if we ignore the rings because I'm way overcapped on a lot of my resistances, I have like 152 lightning res. So, and I don't need this much strength, I don't need this much intelligence, so these are just the rings I kind of had sitting around. If we ignore these, because they're just like strength and big resist rings, I guess that has recoup, but that's not really too big of a deal. I've got Marylene's Fallacy, this random rare shield that's got like 45 spell damage on it, and like life and resist. Int here, which I don't even need all of that int, so these could just be suppression boots. Some dog shit gloves that I crafted 35% attack speed while focused. Darkness Enthroned with some okay jewels. These aren't amazing. This is like 1 stat attack jewel and like 2 stat attack jewel. And Piscators, okay? Piscators is like... Piscators is a tier 4 rarity item, okay? So no chance you can't get a Piscators. So that's the gear. I've got like normal end of mapping flasks. I'm using a random brutal restraint. This has got like movement speed, accuracy, and flash charges gained, okay? Those are the nodes that I'm getting from it. I've even dropped this node, which is chance to gain 200 life on hit with attacks because this ring has life gain on hit with attacks. So it's like accounting for that. I've got inertia and a random life resist jewel. I'm not changing the lights for the reveal. The lights are going to stay as they are. I'll just deny everything that's lights. Big reveals and stuff like this, I don't change the lights. I want it to stay consistent for like recordings and such. The timeless jewel is out of control. It's insane, dude. I mean, I could use this timeless jewel. Where is it? I think this is the overpowered one. Let me see. Is this the overpowered one? Attack and cast speed, projectile damage, attack and cast speed, projectile damage. Yeah, this is the good one. This is the one that has like 4 good stats on it. But we're not using that one. We're using some random garbage one. All right, so that's all the gear that I've got, right? 6-link Cloak of Flame, not insanely hard. Have you been? I've been doing okay. Not insanely hard to get. But yeah, this isn't like absurd gear, right? So this is something that I'll probably be able to have after a couple of days, realistically. And yeah, I've just been working on this, doing some random maps. And as long as I don't get too crazy of mods, I mean, let's see. Unique boss, frenzy, extra. This is really dangerous. That's a lot of damage. The boss will probably one-shot me if he hits me. Let's put essence on it. Yeah, that's a lot of damage mods, dude. This is enfeeble and quadruple damage mods. Yeah, the boss is just gonna one-shot me here. But either way, I'll show you what I mean about the clear, right? So this is with super little gear. This doesn't even have like the gloves or oh wait, why am I not attacking? There we go. This doesn't have the gloves, this doesn't have anything, right? He doesn't have the gloves, this doesn't have the shield. I have level 15 innervate right now. Like that was an essence mob. Chaos damage would be bad. There you go, there's another essence mob. Oh, I kind of want to wait for my focus. Another essence mob. Like, you get what I mean, right? This is 0 gear. This is nothing. This is the kind of damage we're doing. The most gear I have is a 6-link Cloak of Flames. And the vast majority of this is just kinetic blast, which is not going to get touched, right? Boss is going to one-shot me though, 100%. I've gotten Feeble on, right? Boss is going to one-shot me. Let me do this. Yeah, look at how much damage he did there, dude. Actually fucking insane. Don't hit me. Not a single time, dude. Holy. But yeah, I mean, this is nothing gear, yeah? Where's the Bill get flat damage from early? So I'm using added lightning damage and I'm using innervate. I sat around for too long, so I lost my innervate buff there.
Oh yes, Daddy.
But yeah, I mean it's like no gear. Yo, 730. What a name, dude. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, I mean, this is like no gear, dude. I'm level 96. This is pretty high, but you could drop like 1 or 2 life nodes or a little bit of damage or something. So yeah, I mean, barring any like massive nerfs or anything to something like Sniper's Mark or something like that, I mean, it's pretty good, dude. To give you an idea, like, this build would get a gigantic buff if Innervate wasn't on kill. Yeah, but I mean, you're mostly mapping with it at this point, right? But to give you an idea, right, that's with like this gear, and this isn't even correct because I'm still using the heavy belt in this gear, right? But our YouTube stream's low quality. The thing about YouTube is that like I can't really do anything about how it looks when I play Kinetic Blast. There's just nothing I can do. The bitrate that I would have to push to make Kinetic Blast look okay is like 20,000 bitrate, and I would have to be putting it in like 4K or like 1440p, right? And when I'm multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch, I can't really do anything about it, right? Build has absurd leech. Does YouTube even allow that much? YouTube allows as much as you want, dude. They don't care about data. They do not care one bit about data. But yeah, so this is how the build is here, right? So it's doing like 11-ish million with focus up, right? So this is 11.3 million with focus up, with innervation up, right? And then when you change to this gear, which is just basically upgrading to Wrathpith and Thunderfist, when you change to this gear, it's doing 16.2 million constant, no matter if you have your buffs up or not. Evasion goes up, life goes up, max totals go up. Yeah, and that's on, you know, 4-link. So if you're wanting like single target actual damage instead of like the mapping setup for like doing like a big boss, it's like 22 million, right? There's so many uniques? No, there's not that many, like there's not that many crazy things going. I use Purity of Elements. So it's Purity of Elements, and then the rings have 2 resists on them, like 240 resists on them. Like it's not that crazy. And I'm over by 26, 41, and 6, right? You can put a res jewel like this. You could get an even better res jewel on one of these abyssal jewels if you really needed a bunch of resists, right? So I mean, that's what's just changing to Thunderfist and Wrathpith Globe. 100% league starting this? I mean, not 100%. If they could potentially delete Sniper's Mark from the game this league. Like honestly, Sniper's Mark is kind of on the chopping block a little bit potentially. But yeah, you basically start this as a bow build, and then you just swap over when you can get Piscators and like Cloak of Flame, and that's pretty much it. It heavily depends on what they do with any of the changes. But keep in mind, this is with Piscators, dude, okay? Like, this is Piscators, okay? If you go to like the Fractured Lightning Wand, like this one, even the non-fractured wand, like just the fractured lightning wand, right? Like the basic one, you're getting like 5.5 million more DPS, right? You're at like 25 million, okay? And this is before we even know what's going on. With a Divine Orb, I can build a complete build. These days, no. You can make a very super basic build that can probably do tier 16 maps. How is it without the Brutal Restraint? You mean the main source of damage on the build? I mean, if you take away the main source of damage, yeah, you lose half your damage, 41%. The build is based around this. You have to have Dance with Death. The whole build is based around Dance with Death. It's like what it's based off of. Without that, it just doesn't work. It's like, well, what if you took off your weapon? Well, you know, build's not gonna work anymore. But yeah, oh yeah, and you gain Haste Divine Inspiration, so your movement speed goes up a whole bunch too. Hopefully Timeless Jewels don't get deleted. That would be insane. All right, we only got a little bit of time left. Let's make a bingo. What do we actually think is going to happen, boys? What do we actually think is going to happen? Bingo maker. I don't remember what I used. I definitely didn't use that. Is it bingomaker.com? That doesn't seem right. Bingo Baker. Ah, here it is. This is the one. All right. This is the one. Move this here. Oh god, the chat looks so horrible. White on white on white. Chat is a hate crime right now, dude. All right. Try to make this so that chat can actually see itself. All right. 3.24 Necropolis reveal. All right, so what do we think, boys? For the free space, hi, I'm Mark Roberts from Grinding Gear Games. All right, so let's see here. Penance brand of Penance Brand. What's the correct word? Obliterated doesn't feel like enough. Like, obliterated doesn't feel like enough. Deleted from the game. That's how hard. Penance Brand dissipated. True. All right. Dissipate there. That's good. Yeah. Probably Tornado Shot. I don't know, man. Ralakesh, Rarity, Bump. Definitely that. New T-Gems. I think we'll get some new T-Gems. Extinct, yeah. What else? New ways to get alchemy shards. Okay. Ralakesh is tier 0 already? It's tier 1. Ralakesh is tier 1. Ralakesh is tier 1. See, right there, tier 1. New ways to get alchemy shards. What else do we have? Ultimatum does need to be buffed. Ultimatum does need to be buffed. Oh, Pathfinder nerfs. Pathfinder nerfed. Pathfinder D. The word. I need better words, dude. I need better words, man. Pathfinder drowned. I don't know. It's not good enough, but something like that. Tattoos. I can type. Tattoos make a comeback. Tattoos could come back. I actually think tattoos could come back for sure. Pathfinder loses her way. Yes. That's good. Out of map league mechanic. I think the league mechanic's gonna be out of map and in map. Like, I think it's gonna be both. I think it's gonna be both. More quality of life. Bow nerf. Okay, let's put bow nerfs in there just for fun. Bow nerfs. Lab rework. Yep, that's something that they said that they were probably going to do. Bows lose 2 hand stats. Ooh, tinctures for all. I don't know that tinctures will stick around, but if there was any like mechanic that I do think should stick around from the Wildwood, tinctures were actually pretty cool. Yo, if tinctures stick around, kinetic bolt of fragmentation is like good. Imagine tinctures actually stick around. That'd be hilarious. But yeah, probably not. I think there might be some Atlas changes. I think there might be some Atlas changes. What else do we want? What else is there? All right, so Gladiator finally gets reworked. This is the most cope out of everything on this. Gladiator finally gets reworked. PoE 2 segment. Oh, I can type. Longer than PoE 1. Gladiator gets reworked, dude. Oh, I still can't type. Let's see. What else needs to be reworked? What other ascendancies need a rework? Oh yeah. Melee totem changes. I think something could happen there, honestly. It's been coming for a while. What other ascendancies need some work? Gladiator's bad. Champion's good. Slayer's good. A Slayer's okay. Raider honestly needs some love, but I don't think it like... I think it just gets outshined. Pathfinder needs to be nerfed. Deadeye probably needs a nerf. I think Farshot needs to be on the tree. Like, as crazy as that sounds, I think Farshot needs to be on the tree. Like, I think it needs to be a keystone, and I think it needs to be slightly weaker than it is right now. Like, I think that's probably what Deadeye needs. And then this needs to be some weird other stuff. I don't know. Or maybe just get rid of it and put Ricochet there. Not sure. Saboteur is okay. I think Saboteur's in an okay place. Trickster's probably a little... I think Trickster's relatively balanced. Assassin's unironically okay now. The funny thing about it is that with all of the power creep defensive-wise that we've been getting, Assassin's actually kind of good again. But that's mainly just because we have so much defensive power creep in the game now that, like, just a pure offensive ascendancy is actually somewhat okay. All right, potential hot take here. Here we go. Potential hot take here. Necromancer block nerfed is what I think we need. I think we need Necromancer block to be obliterated, and they need to move block into the tree and make it actually worthwhile, okay? Like, the Necromancer block just needs to be obliterated, dude. Give Necromancer something else, but like Mistress of Sacrifice, Necromancer block, and all, that just needs to be gone. Oh yeah, maybe we'll get WASD. That's kind of cope. Oh wait, I didn't mean to click that. Whoa, what? The hell? WASD. This is cope, but you know, I'll put it in there. But yeah, I think Necromancer block needs to be just obliterated, and they need to actually make block good on the tree. Because right now, this is dog. This is absolute dog, dude. Elementalist is okay. There's quite a few good Elementalist builds. Occultist. Here's my problem with Occultist, is that Occultist is like always on the cusp of just being insanely strong. Like, Occultist, just because of this node, is always on the cusp of being strong. So, I don't know. Occultist, maybe it could use some, like, Cold Dot stuff. Like, maybe something in here could help out Cold Dot a little bit would be probably pretty decent. Guardian's actually a really good ascendancy, in my opinion. Is it really good? Okay. Guardian is a strong ascendancy. I don't actually think it's that good of an ascendancy. I don't think it's that interesting. Kind of a one-trick pony. It's kind of my problem with it right now. Path of Exile. Oh, twitch.tv/Path of Exile. Get some background music going. Got 17 minutes. The problem with Guardian, in my opinion, is just that it's kind of a one-trick pony. It's basically like this node and this node are overpowered as hell, and the rest of this is kind of whatever. Like, this node's good. Bastion of Hope's good. These nodes are kind of garbage. These are like support nodes, which you only really use in group settings. These nodes are overpowered as hell, these two. This particularly Radiant Crusade is really insanely good. Hierophant, we were kind of talking about this on the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord. What are you doing? But we were kind of talking about this a little bit. I think Hierophant needs to be pushed a little bit more in the mana direction. I know that sounds silly because, oh, Hierophant's the mana ascendancy. What I kind of mean is, like, Sanctuary of Thought has less mana cost of skills. Typically, with mana builds, you want to scale more mana cost, right? Like, you want to scale more mana cost. Having it cost less is actually bad. So it's a little weird to me. I personally think, oh god, should I click this? It's YouTube. No, absolutely not. I'm not, no. Absolutely not. I'm not playing that song, dude. The song haunted my nightmares for like a week or two straight. Yeah, I think Sanctuary of Thought, if they change this to 50% more mana cost of skills and made it 25% increased reservation efficiency of skills, I think this could be cool. Subtractum's doing a mana stacking build this time. I think I looked at his build a little bit. I kind of have a couple problems with it. So I played mana builds a lot back in the day, right? This is the latest iteration of it. I don't think Cloak of Defiance is that good. I think this is kind of bait. It just saves you, like, it gives you some regen, which is good. I think this is a little bait. You could probably get a better rare chest piece. I don't know. I think this is kind of bait. The rest of this is fine. The problem you run into with mana builds is that their defensive layers are very, very inconsistent. In softcore, this isn't that big of a deal, but people tend to really, really hate inconsistent defensive layers. And the problem is that if we open this up, where is it? Configure calcs, arcane cloak. Where's uptime? So uptime's 70.23%, right? A lot of the defensives are baked into arcane cloak. So without this up, you lose a lot, and it's not always going to be up. So in worst case circumstance, mana builds are pretty paper, is kind of the problem that I have with them. Otherwise, I mean, this looks okay. I don't really like the gameplay. The gameplay seems not fun. My problem with Ball Lightning of Static, I actually did some Ball Lightning of Static testing. You're very limited to where you're able to do damage. Like, you have to put it down underneath you, and then you can't really do damage outside of that. It's not really... These days, I can't suggest something like this as a starter. As a second build, you could probably do it. With, like, a lot of money, it'd probably be really solid, right? I don't know if I'd want to do a mana build as a starter. Just, it kind of sounds miserable. You could do it, but I don't know that it'd be very fun, if I had to be honest with you. But, yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about back. Is that, like, you can do some crazy stuff with a lot of gear, but early on, mana builds feel really rough. Like, really, really, really rough. Yeah, I think Hierophant could use some more mana cost scaling. I think they need to rework mana a little bit. Here were my ideas. So change this node. Change this node to be 25% increased reservation efficiency of skills just across the board, right? So do that. Make it so this is 50% more mana cost. Put in a wheel, like, right here. Okay, like, right in this area somewhere. Put in a mana, like, a mana taken, like, a mana recoup wheel up there in that area. Like, a full mana recoup wheel. I'm talking, like, 4-4-12 or something, right? Like, 4-4-12. Mana recoup wheel, like, right here. And then rework Arcane Surge somehow to make it just more useful for mana regen, right? I would rather have Arcane Surge not give you any cast speed and just give you a massive amount of mana regen. I would prefer that so much. Or make it so that you need to invest into it. I don't know how you go about it, but, like, I think that would be good for mana. Just make it so that you can scale insane mana cost. I think that would be better than whatever we're doing with mana builds right now. Inquisitor's pretty good. I'd say Inquisitor's like a B or an A tier ascendancy for sure. I don't think there's much that needs to be changed besides Instruments of Zeal just being dog shit. That's my only real problem with this ascendancy. So I think this is fine. I don't think it needs a rework. Chieftain's okay. Honestly, a couple of these nodes are still very meme, but at the high end, Chieftain found an identity, which is cool. The Berserker's whatever. Jug's kind of okay. Kind of whatever. Scion is good because of gems. So yeah, I mean, it's basically like Gladiator. Gladiator and Necromancer? Maybe Hyro? The problem with Raider is, like, I do think Raider needs a rework, but I don't know what you would do. Raider is basically just like a stat check ascendancy, yeah? So the problem here is that I don't think that ascendancies, which are just straight up stat checks, are that interesting. So if you guys remember, I made a video a while back that most of chat disagreed with me on. Let me see if I can find it. I made a video a while ago. This was a very long time ago. Where is it? I guess it wasn't that long ago. Yeah, it was like here, these videos. Like more ascendancies like the Inquisitor and less like the Occultist. This video kind of talked about how what I really wanted to see were ascendancies that had unique mechanics to them, and like, and I've lost a lot of weight. Ascendancies that had unique mechanics to them and made it worthwhile to play that ascendancy, right? I did it in that video, and then I also made this video, like ranking ascendancies and such, where I went through like every single ascendancy in the game and like ranked it and said how I would fix it and such. They actually did that. They did that with the Guardian. I think they just made it a little bit too one trick. Like I think they made this section too good and this section too shit. The Guardian did a good job of that. I actually think the Chieftain kind of did a good job about that as well. Oh yeah, ping me in Discord with your Raider rework. Let me look at it real quick. I actually think this was sort of successful as well. Like it's not perfect, but it found an identity at the super high end because of Hinakura. Like that's not too bad. I think these were semi-successful reworks, honestly. Like I don't think they were that bad. Like people memed on me about thinking that like a Chieftain and Guardian would be good, and they got a lot of play. A lot more than they did previously, at least. Mainly Guardian. 8 minutes to finish bingo? Oh, true. Okay, so Gladiator reworked. Raider rework, I guess? What else? Sent you the rework. Let's see. Rapid onslaught. Onslaught, increased effective onslaught on you. Also grants 5% chance to evade attacks. Pretty good. There's a second. Oh, so it's just one node. It's basically just get rid of everything else. Should be a Chrome add-on. Okay. You have 2 branches and 3 1-pointers. Oh, I see. So like single points to choose these? Interesting. Prevent 10% of suppressed spell damage is really good. I think that it does need something like that for sure. All right, here's the cope. Atlas revamp with new bosses, new Ubers. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain what's up with Truffle. I was messing with it the other day, Corey, but I didn't like go through with anything, so I'm not 100% certain what's happening there. Atlas Atlas Jewel Sockets. That sounds very GGG. We're not coping though, yay. Okay, they're not gonna change Uber keys. Like that's just not gonna happen. That's just not gonna happen. +1. All right, I'll keep this for later. We don't have enough time to look at this, unfortunately. All right, what else? What else do we think is gonna change? Oh, Mage Blood nerfs. I actually think that's possible. I actually think Mage Blood nerfs are possible, unironically. Because I think something that could happen here is that
oh, yes, Daddy.
There is potential for them to change a couple of things. Yo, Jeepers, thank you for the 34 months. Appreciate you, gamer. Make sure Pet Duck's in the chat. We could either lose the like enkindling stuff and Mage Blood could get like a roll of 20 to 40 or 20 to 50 flask effects. Could be a couple of things, yeah, right? Could be a couple of things. Syndicate rework? Potentially. Multi-mechanic rework. Syndicate, or Betrayal. What's the name? Sanctum, etc. I think there's a chance that, like, some of these mechanics get reworked. Oh yeah, probably a Rogue Exile rework. That's possible with the new stuff that we saw. It has a Scarab now, yeah. I think that's definitely possible. We need 3 more. More crafting nerfs beyond what they already gave us. What else? Spell accuracy? No. I do like ruthless patch notes. That's good. More quality of life. I don't have anything else good right now, so we gotta go with that. All right. Generate. I think I have to click print or something, right? I guess I could just save the image. Open it up in like Paint or something. Isn't that what I normally do? I think this is what I normally do. Paint the goat, dude. Where is my red? Okay. What's up, Airfire? Is it going gamer? Alright, boys, I'm gonna run an ad. So go get your drinks, go do whatever. This is the time to do all of that. I'm gonna run an ad now so that there won't be ads in a moment. So we'll be able to see the reveal together. I'm also going to be turning off stream elements and stuff like that. No more alerts or anything. So go now if you're going to go. Go now if you're gonna go. So we're gonna run a couple minutes of ads. We'll be right back. Okay. Boat League. Boat League is a meme. We'll never get another Boat League. Or a Boat League in the first place. Alright, let's see. 1080p source. Wish we could go higher than 1080p, dude. What is your bingo matrix this time? Bingo looks like this. That's bingo. Alright, boys, it begins. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 20 seconds till ads are over. I don't have water. I'm lucky. Well, that's what it is. Look at some later. Are we ready, boys? Are we ready for Nerf League to be sad? Or is it going to be great? Are we going to get all the buffs? Every single buff. Do you like the currency quality of life and trade introduced in 3.24? Alerts will go off now-ish. Yeah. So, goodbye alerts. YouTube has a serious delay. I mean, it's YouTube, my guy. Go to Twitch. Are you listening to me?
I can just not give you the water.
I mean, I didn't ask for it.
Serious?
I don't need 2. Thank you, honey.
I try. Have a good
Why are you screaming? Alright, boys. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
I thought it was gonna be
Welcome to our
Mark.
live stream. We have a busy lineup today with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Necropolis, which launches on March 29th. For the first time ever, we'll be releasing this expansion simultaneously on all platforms, PC, Mac, and console.
Ooh.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your suffering back attachment.
Didn't even get free bingo.
Today's stream will start with Path of Exile 2, where Jonathan will show you our latest
Campaign
announcements.
improvements, no!
Mark will then take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Necropolis Challenge
not
League,
like
which
this.
launches in 1 week. He'll cover the league mechanics, its deep crafting system, large in-game changes, some improvements to the core Path of Exile campaign, and finally some quality of life features.
I heard
We'll then show
deep
you our new
crafting
supporter
system.
packs, and we'll head into a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Hey guys, it's time to chat about PoE 2 again.
Of course it is.
It's only been a few months since we talked about the Mercenary, and yet even since then a huge amount has changed. When we announced the Mercenary, we also showed off a lot of the new capabilities that our engine has around animation and character control. Moving while shooting was a huge deal in that class, but there were a lot of other more subtle things going on to make it feel good too. Well, in recent times we've only been showing off new character classes, but one thing I've been really excited about is to go back and apply all the new ideas and capabilities that we have to our old classes too. Today I'd like to show off the Ranger, and I hope that you guys like what you see.
Here we go, dude. I'm taking the free spot. You can't stop me, Joe.
I've lived in this forest all my life. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that a ranger must never miss. A beast will hunt you. But it is the cruelty of man I fear.
I'll take your
There
Is that how she goes to Ray class?
truly escaping the Count's justice.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
I mean, bows still look overpowered, dude.
This exile has changed me. No more running.
It's just gonna be
No
Bow
more
League and
fear.
PoE 2 as well, man.
You won't get away this time.
I will put an end to this madness.
Yo, that looks awkward. Why is she riding a mouse?
Let this be a warning, Gianor. I'm coming for you next.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I liked that. Okay. Bows OP once again, true.
Let the hunt begin.
All right, what else do we got? I see lightning arrow, lightning arrow, lightning arrow, and lightning arrow in the abilities. That's good.
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver. The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty.
Nice.
This
Actually
immediately
really
gives
like
you a lot
that.
more freedom on the battlefield.
But you basically have
Here,
to play
I'm starting each battle with a
WASD.
poison burst arrow to poison groups of enemies, then using a lightning arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around the battlefield too. This is Frost Escape. Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow at the ground. Really useful if monsters close on you and you need to get away.
Frost escape.
Once you've landed, if monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in.
Naming is
Snipe
hard,
is a
guys.
skill shot that you need to charge up and release at exactly the right time. If you land the right timing, Snipe is guaranteed to produce a critical strike, and does a small AoE as well, so it's a great finisher.
Yo, QTEs in PoE 2? Well, thanks
You
for
can
the
also
5 gifted
move
subs.
while shooting
Appreciate
arrow
you.
rain skills too. This skill is Lightning Rod. It shoots an arrow into the
things
air
are
that
turned off
sticks
right
into
now.
the ground and does a small AoE. Once the rods are in the ground though, they attract any arcs of lightning that are nearby, causing them to explode again.
Okay.
This means you can stack up a bunch of lightning rods on the ground and bounce lightning between them, doing way more damage. Now this takes care of packs pretty well, but for bigger enemies I'd like to have something that's going to enhance my damage output too. This skill is Stormcaller Arrow. Using it sticks an arrow into an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them, and shocked enemies take 30% more damage from all sources. If something big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage before following up with the other combo.
Is it just guaranteed 30?
Now if I really want to enhance this combo, there are a couple of things I could do using our support gem system. Skills in Path of Exile are granted by items called skill gems.
That's
Each
a lot
skill
of
gem
skill
has
gems.
colored sockets in it, and these sockets are for other items called
Those
support
look
gems.
so weird.
Support gems modify your skills, and it's where a huge amount of the
looks so
customization of your character
strange.
comes from. First, I'm going to take this multiple projectile support gem. I could add it to my lightning arrow, and it would fire
66%
multiple
less
arrows.
damage?
This would increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice group of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo. I might also add faster projectiles to make the lightning rods land faster too.
Isn't that chain?
Now next up I'm going to grab this chain support gem. Chaining causes many effects to repeat on new targets when you hit them. If I add it to my lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line of lightning rods for huge amounts of damage.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I like that a lot. It can chain on the lightning rods.
Now,
That's
I
actually
think we
really
can
cool.
use support gems to improve Stormcaller Arrow as well. Let's start simple. I'm going to chuck less duration on here. This will cause the lightning from the sky to strike a bit faster. Next up, we have a support called Shock Proliferation. This support makes it so that any enemies shocked by the skill will also have the shock jump to nearby enemies, meaning they'll take the extra damage as well. It's just a chance to proc, so it's not going to proc on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go down ultra quick.
And no
Another
more
useful
LA Pro
empowering
Wolf.
skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in PoE 2. It enhances whatever your next attack is to fire 3 times. With what we have here,
Cooldown?
I think it might be a good idea to use it with Lightning Arrow. It'll generate 3 times as many lightning explosions. You could also use it at just the right moment with Snipe, or any number of other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now. It's very versatile and can be used in a range of situations.
He was standing in the bad, almost died. You guys couldn't see it.
Now, even as mobile as the Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down, and a Ranger certainly has quite a few tools to do this. If you're prepared to get up close and personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod.
Did you just vault on that?
First, jump over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily.
Oh, that's cool. Actually, I like that a lot.
Now, sometimes when you use Electrocuting Rod, the enemy dies before you get a chance to electrocute them. I think there's another support gem I could add to my lightning arrow to fix this problem. Neural Overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly.
It's fucking hilarious to see him tweaking, though. Dude, like, look at the monsters. They're tweaking the fuck out, dude.
Now this skill works really well for suppressing a single large enemy,
Why are we
but
a
I'd like to
poison
improve
lightning
my
build,
crowd
though?
control ability for groups as well. I'm going to add a support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies. I'll also add Deep Freeze to it as well, which will make the freezes last a bit longer. Now when I use my Frost Escape on that front enemy, others nearby are slowed down. It would also be good if I had a way to slow enemies down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the Ranger's poison and plant-based skill set. To start with, let's have a look at Vine Arrow. This skill fires an arrow into the air that creates a small plant where it lands. The plant sends out tendrils to nearby enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them.
That's pretty cool.
But it does have another function too. If the plant gets further poison, it transfers that poison to the monsters it's attached to.
Oh, that's actually really
Normally
cool.
you would only be able to get one stack of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much poison as you want on this plant. You could
Wait.
just use the plant to slow monsters
What do you
down and
mean?
not worry about the poison part. But if you want
You
to
can
go
only
all in
poison
on poison,
once?
this is the way to do it. Now if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode. Just like any other plant skill, these plants respond well to poison. Shoot the Poison Burst arrow at enemies nearby and watch your plants grow more and more powerful. Poisoning the pustules causes them to do much more damage and makes them
Yo, I
explode
saw that
much
cut.
faster as well.
You can't hide it from me. I saw you cut the video.
I can also add the Pierce support to Poison Burst arrow. Doing this will mean I get multiple poison bursts as it goes through each monster.
Gas
We also
arrow?
have another skill to make a nice environment for your
Whoa.
plants to grow.
Did you see that?
Gas Cloud Arrow.
How it
This
moved
skill
the
shoots
support
the
gems
ground and
out?
creates a cloud of gas that continuously poisons things inside it. Throw your plants down, then put a gas cloud on top. The constant poisoning will make them grow.
So it seems like they're really interested in doing synergies with these kinds of skills, which I guess is pretty cool. Ah, a bunch of useless DPS numbers. Nice.
Another poison-related
Plague
skill we have
Bearer?
on the Ranger is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses Spirit. When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a monster. You can see the counter on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned. Now I'm going to fight these monsters and make sure to poison them as much as I can to build up the counter.
All right, let's see it. Come on. Give us the Plague
It
Bearer.
does take quite a while to get the counter up to 100%, but it's worth it. Whenever I choose, I can unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, dealing a large amount of damage.
I guess that's okay. I saw that cut as well. So it's a single
Now,
target
next up we
ability
have
now?
a classic, Rain of Arrows.
Okay.
It's simple.
I mean, I guess
Shoot a
that's
bunch of
actually
arrows in the
better.
sky, and they rain
Makes a
down
lot
for
more
a short
sense for it to
time.
be single
It's
target.
decent AoE and damage at long range. Now this skill doesn't last too long, but we can change that. It's time to introduce Frenzy Charges. Frenzy Charges are used for a variety
Sniper's
of skills on
Mark?
the Ranger, but with Rain of Arrows they
is
can be
it
used to
still
extend
okay?
the duration. How do we get some though? Here we have a skill called Sniper's Mark.
Wait.
Put it on an enemy and it will grant you a Frenzy Charge when you crit them. Now remember that snipe skill from earlier? That skill guarantees
Wait.
a critical hit.
What did
So
they do to
first we
Sniper's Mark?
an enemy, then we sniped them. And after that, the next Rain of Arrows will last a really, really
Oh
long
no.
time.
Oh no.
We still have some weaknesses though. While Rain of Arrows hits enemies with a ton of arrows,
Just PoE2
each one
boys.
doesn't do much
It's
damage
just PoE2,
individually.
surely.
It would be nice if we had a way to break the armor on enemies so that Rain of Arrows dealt more damage. Thankfully, we have this Corrode Armor support gem, and we can put it on our Gas Cloud arrow. Corrode Armor causes poison to erode the armor on targets until it's all gone. This will significantly increase the damage that Rain of Arrows does against armored targets. Oh yeah, and one more thing about gas clouds. They can be detonated with explosions.
Oh, that's cool.
I have an explosive arrow here. Let's check it out.
Fully broken armor.
Now, because monsters and gas clouds are likely to have their armor broken, I think there's another useful combo we can do. This is an exploit weakness support. This support provides extra bonus damage to targets that have their armor broken. Perfect for what we have going on here.
Okay.
So, those are just some of the skills we have on the Ranger class in Path of Exile 2. Now that we've seen all these skills, let's see how well they do against a much tougher enemy. It's time to fight the boss of the temples, Thanos.
Yo, it's Thanos. It looks a little different, dude. Oh, Thanos. Okay. Well, at least the boss is dying in a relatively reasonable amount of time now. Previously, it was kind of like, holy. Yeah, it's a reasonable amount of time. This is like a campaign boss while they're in the campaign. Campaign bosses don't die that fast. Yeah, this looks way better than what we had seen before. I like this so much more. Like, this boss fight actually looks pretty cool too. Yeah, see, previously when they were fighting bosses in the previews that we saw, those boss fights were like 3 times longer than that.
Kill swiftly and move on. This is how you survive.
Pretty good. Actually like
That's
that a
the
lot
Ranger.
more.
But oh yeah, there was one more thing. The mount. Check this out.
Yeah, true. Yo,
Yes,
what?
you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. It's pretty overpowered. You can also use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters. So
is
he's
this
nice
a
to have
minion?
around, even if you're not riding him. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up. So be careful.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Kinda
what we
cool.
wanted to show you today. Now, there is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news.
Oh,
Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed. We
okay.
previously said that we would get the beta out
Rip.
on June 7th. And while I think we would be able to get the game's content ready in time, we underestimated how long it would take to get gameplay polished to a standard that we're happy with.
Okay.
We're still going to be doing alpha testing in June, but we're going to be delaying the beta until later in the year. I don't have an exact date for you today, but it should be towards the end of the year.
So obviously
In the
this
meantime,
means we
you can
get
still
a
play Path of Exile
huge
1, of
PoE
course.
1 patch, right?
Now, speaking of PoE 1, we also have the 324 expansion to announce.
Yeah, it's gonna be big,
Hand over
right?
to Mark, the game director on PoE 1,
Surely.
to show us what's in store.
We had a lot of fun making this one.
Say
so
it,
let's
Mark.
just get straight into it with the trailer for Path of Exile
All right.
Necropolis.
Here we go. Hype time. Come on, please.
Cold flesh, dirt, maggots, and ghosts.
No.
Our job is to keep them where they belong. It's your first night, so you'll need this. A ghostly lantern for ghastly tinkering.
Huh? Is this out of league mechanic? Or out of map mechanic?
You'll learn to peer into the souls of the dead. You'll learn how to twist them. Meet me in the Necropolis. You can pilfer shiny things from a corpse,
Wait,
but you can
what?
pilfer glorious things from a soul.
Wait, you get to just
I
make
need
gear?
A grave digger.
Yo, crafting is saved? Okay. Multiple Atlas passive trees, Scarab overhaul. Okay. New penultimate bosses. Okay, we got more transfigured gems, let's go! That's what we were waiting on.
The job's hard, but the pay's good.
Yo, that, like,
What do
making
you
your own
say?
items seems really cool.
In the Necropolis League, you will encounter Undertaker Aramor, a man collecting the scattered spirits of the Eternal Empire for a mysterious purpose. These spirits have begun to haunt the monsters of Rayclast, unleashing their ancient fury and sorrow onto the world. The Undertaker will provide you with the Lantern of Aramor, a powerful family heirloom which can illuminate the wrathful spirits haunting monsters throughout Rayclast. With it, the Undertaker hopes to implore you to rid Rayclast of this menace and further his cryptic cause. The lantern can be used when entering any new area.
Ooh.
When peering through it, you can examine the spirits haunting that area. The lantern also allows you to manipulate them, letting you configure which monsters are affected by which mods. It would be wise to take your time with your decisions here, for the spirits are not forgiving.
Huh.
When peering through the lantern, you can also see extra details about the packs of monsters in the area. Rowers here are considered common, whereas the water elementals are more scarce.
Yo, I
If
actually
you want
like
things
this
to
a
be
lot.
easier, you can put the more difficult spirits on the elementals, which you'll encounter less often. We've tried to make sure that by engaging with the lantern, you are able to intelligently control the difficulty in the Necropolis League.
Yeah, that's actually
The
really
spirits
cool. I
come
like that
in
a
a number
lot.
of forms which represent the danger they pose. For example here, the infested vultures are servant haunted, causing them to deal a small amount of increased damage. But the Vol's vanguard are noble haunted, causing them to deal a large amount of increased damage.
Oh no.
As you reach higher level areas in Rayclast, the tier and number of spirits that are haunting monsters will generally increase.
Spooky.
Your game knowledge can help you here. If you're aware of the composition of a monster pack, this means certain mods will be easier to manage. For example, the mod that increases a pack's damage for every monster killed has no effect on packs with a single monster, like a Devourer.
Oh, skill
However,
based.
if
Let's
we found
go,
a spirit
dude.
that makes the strongest monster in a pack deal 100% more damage, well, I'm going to avoid the Devourer. You might have noticed that the Lantern of Aramor provides other useful information, such as the types of abilities monsters use, or the damage types they deal.
Huh.
So for those who are less familiar with how these monsters work, this can be a great way to learn what you're up against. The spirits are constantly moving throughout Rayclast, so if you are finding a campaign area too difficult, you can just wait a few minutes and peer through the lantern again to see what's changed.
Damn, he got obliterated, brother.
Of course, powerful spirits beget powerful rewards. There are two reasons why you might want to face a challenge now and then. Firstly, not all the spirits are malicious. Sometimes the monsters aren't haunted at all, but are instead devoted. These can grant basic rewards like increased experience, or bigger rewards like spawning the Nameless Seer, an NPC that will grant you a single unique item after you defeat all of the packs affected by that spirit.
This is gonna be rare as hell, dude.
The more haunted monsters you defeat in the previous area before using the lantern, the more likely the devoted monsters will appear in the next area. Monsters haunted by higher tier spirits will increase the chance of the devoted appearing even more, meaning that sometimes it's worth putting the hardest modifier possible on very common monsters, if you're brave enough. Again, we've tried hard here to allow players to customize the danger and rewards as much as they can. Aramor is an Undertaker, and you can probably guess what we're taking to him. The second main reward from the Necropolis League is monsters with unresolved anguish. Once slain, their corpses need extra care from the Undertaker, and he will offer to take them back to his necropolis and store them in the morgue.
Just rolling up, dude.
Time to earn your keep. When you are ready, you can visit the morgue to view the monsters you have collected, and then get to work burying them in one of many graves in Aramor's cemetery. For example, we will bury this Katava's Herald. Aramor's mysterious soul experiments can coalesce powerful items. Here I've chosen to create a pair of boots.
Heal your pains and aid this soldier, so that you may grace them with fleetness.
Okay, that's a little extra, dude.
These boots are useful for my character, but aren't exactly what I hoped for.
Yeah?
And this is where the Necropolis crafting system really shines. You'll have noticed that the corpse we collected earlier had a crafting effect on it. In fact, all collected corpses do. If you bury multiple corpses in the cemetery, all adjacent corpses can be exercised at once to create one item. all of the crafting effects on those corpses will apply to that same item. This allows you to have either one or many different crafting projects ongoing in the cemetery. For example, next time I try to create boots, I could bury corpses that increase the chance of getting move speed modifiers. To go further, I could use these to generate higher tier modifiers.
What?
Then, I could try to bias it towards being an evasion pair with this. Finally, I'll apply some crafting effects that improve the probability of getting good rolls. Now, let's craft our item and see what we get. As you can see now, we have a much better pair of boots, forged from the souls of our enemies. You could even use the entire cemetery to craft one item. There is always something you can do to try and ensure your item will be as best as it can be. We hope to see some really crazy grave crafts.
Show it!
If you are lucky, you might find corpses with meta crafting modifiers.
Whoa,
These
really?
can be buried to manipulate your crafting projects in more drastic ways. This one increases the potency of all crafting effects of adjacent undead corpses.
Metacraft?
Another metacrafting modifier gives a chance to drop an extra item from your craft, with all the same crafting outcomes applied. All you have to do is bury a lot of undead monsters.
Bro, how am I supposed to interact with this? I gotta learn a whole new crafting system?
You can also craft new unique items exclusive to the Necropolis League using this system. As you explore Rayclast, you might find the corpses of famous Eternal Empire families. And when you bury an entire family together and exorcise them, they will thank you with a unique specific to their lineage.
Interesting.
For example, the Navalius Inheritance Belt. I'll give you a moment to check that out.
Increase flash effect duration, reduce flash effect duration per
You
level.
can use other corpses alongside them to grant implicit mods, manipulate the values of explicit mods, and more. In this case, with the Parandus Pact, you can even change the modifiers it generates. This unique is a jewel which adds extra stats to passive skills in a radius when socketed into the passive skill tree.
That's pretty good.
The stats it adds are randomly generated, but you can bias it towards a specific type by using other crafting effects, such as this one, which increases the chance of getting life modifiers. Let's see what we get. Damn, we didn't get it this time. I guess we're gonna have to go and collect more corpses.
That's still really good, though.
You can trade the corpses away to other players. All you need to do is purchase empty coffins from the Undertaker and use them on your corpses in the morgue, which will itemize them.
Okay.
Another item in the Necropolis League that you can find are Embers of the All-Flame. These are monster spirits that remain living in the All-Flame, a powerful ancient artifact of Rayclast. And you can set them free by placing them in the Lantern of Aramor and defeating them. These embers drop throughout Rayclast as itemized packs of monsters. You are able to use these packs to replace the packs in areas.
Okay.
For example, we have found this all-flame ember of
Can
Tarfor.
drop Karui tattoos.
We can
They're
now
back,
go
boys.
to enter the next area and replace one of the
Let's
monster packs in here.
Tattoos are back.
You can see we have also gotten one of the devoted modifiers to appear.
Let's go,
we can pair
dude.
up the Karui ancestors with this modifier, making them even more rewarding. Let's go ahead and replace the tentacle miscreations. However,
Log
when
the
replacing
fuck in,
packs,
dude.
you want to double check their density, as the new pack will inherit the density of the replaced pack. The Karui ancestors we have now added to our area can even drop basic variations of tattoos. If you aren't aware, this is an item type from the Trial of the Ancestors League, which can be used on passive skills to change what they do. There are many different types of itemized packs. You can find Breach and Legion monsters that drop splinters, Untainted packs that provide insane amounts of experience, and even simple frogs, which can be used to replace difficult monsters to make life easier. And of course, these Ember monsters can be raised as specters too.
Okay.
Finally, Let's discuss how this league works in in-game maps.
Yeah, I'm
Each
curious
in-game
about
map will
this.
allow you to manipulate it using the lantern on the map device UI. However, instead of randomly cycling every few minutes, it is fixed to that map. Once you view the map through the lantern, you cannot remove it from the map device. So you can't trade that map away now that you've seen it is too difficult for you, or has monsters in it that you'd rather avoid, like porcupines.
Porcupines are fine,
We're also trying something new this time around.
Oh?
During the Necropolis League, there will be support for the League on the Atlas passive tree.
Oh!
Multiple clusters will be there, allowing you to enhance the gameplay, customize it, and even change its behavior in meaningful ways.
Okay.
One way that you can change the crafting in a meaningful way is with the Prospero's Wager Keystone.
Huh.
With this keystone, all the monsters with unresolved anguish come with this crafting modifier, which causes them to generate a random craft when buried. This means instead of pre-planning your crafts, you have to adapt to them on the fly to get the best results. These clusters will not be available in Standard League. In 3.24, we've made a plethora of changes to the endgame.
Different
We're
mic.
introducing new bosses, adding another tier of maps, and streamlining the Atlas. The most difficult and most rewarding content in Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses, such as the Maven and the Searing Exarch. Currently, the only way to access these bosses is by allocating specific keystones on the Atlas passive tree. While this system offers a nice element of control,
Are they actually
it causes
doing
a
it?
problem. Rewards and access to the non-Uber variants are now economically priced around the rewards of the Uber fights.
No shot!
This means it is wasteful to run the non-Uber variants instead of simply selling them. Another problem that we noticed is the difficulty jump between the Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content was relatively large, and there wasn't obvious content that could bridge this gap. Many players would give up on their characters before being able to defeat the Uber Pinnacle bosses.
I'm
In
locked the fuck in.
3.24, we will be making some changes to this. We are removing the keystones that give access to the Uber Pinnacle bosses from the Atlas tree, and instead we'll be adding a new set of fragments that give you access to this content.
Go!
Where do you get these fragments? We are adding a new tier of maps, Tier 17 maps, which not only give you access to the Uber Pinnacle content, but also test your characters in new ways. They feature a new set of bosses, Uber monsters, and a new tier of modifiers that can roll on the maps. There are 5 new Tier 17 maps in total, with some surprising boss fights at the end. We'll look at a couple today, and the rest you'll have to discover for yourself.
Yo, they
First,
actually
we have
listened
the
to me.
Citadel map.
For once.
This map contains an ancient Kalguran citadel. You will encounter many expedition monsters as the signature packs throughout the map. At the end, you will fight Uber Uhtred. This is a version of a boss from Expedition League, with all its abilities and mechanics enhanced. Uber Uhtred will even be able to summon 2 other expedition bosses to aid it during the fight. Secondly, we have the Fortress map. This map is an impregnable fortress, guarded by monsters from the Heist League. At the end, you will encounter an Uber version of the Unbreakable. Again, it has enhanced abilities and mechanics you'll have to learn and overcome. Each of the Tier 17 map bosses has a chance to drop a unique item, allowing for some target farming. However, these aren't entirely new unique items. Instead, we've taken other unique items, removing them from the core drop pool, and rebalancing them to fit here.
Okay.
One example is this reworked version of Wraith Lord. It has 4 Abyss sockets, and allows you to summon an additional Spectre for each Ghastly Eye Jewel socketed into it.
What?
Another example is Mana Storm. This has been rebalanced to grant a lot more damage than before, alongside some more impactful mana stats, if you can get lucky rolls.
Oh, shit!
Alongside adding
That's
Tier
some
17
big
maps,
rolls,
we have
dude.
also changed the Uber Pinnacle bosses to have completely distinct unique item drop pools from their non-Uber counterparts.
They literally took exactly
this means
my
there is
idea.
a reason to farm both versions. Let's take a look at the Shaper versus the Uber Shaper. The
I've been
Shaper
saying this
will
for
drop
so
these
long.
uniques: Voidwalker, Shaper's Touch, Solstice Vigil, and Dying Sun.
Cool.
Whereas the Uber Shaper will drop these: Echoes of Creation, Sublime Vision, Entropic Devastation, Starforge, and a new unique belt called the
Whoa.
Tides of Time.
That's interesting.
Another example of a new unique is this helmet from the Uber Eater of Worlds, Ravenous Passion. And these gloves from the Uber Searing
Whoa.
Exarch, the Celestial Brace. Each of the Uber Pinnacle bosses has a new unique added to their drop pools.
Those are both really,
We've identified
really
another
good,
major
dude.
problem with the endgame we'd like to address. With every expansion added to the game, we have been increasing the complexity of running maps.
Yeah.
It's at the point now where a player must repeatedly execute a large sequence of steps to run maps efficiently. It can be easy to forget critical steps, and it can be tiring to repeat them.
Okay.
To solve this, we are removing some systems, but are keeping what is good about them. The two main systems we've removed are Sextants and the
Good.
Master Mission Selector.
Good.
It is not our intention to dull the content, however. We have completely reworked Scarabs to include most of the options that were previously covered by those mechanics.
Cool.
And many, many more. Let's take
Super
a look
happy
at some
about
of
that.
them. Commonly, you might find Scarabs that simply grant access to different content. Here, we have a Scarab that causes Beyond Demons to spawn when killing monsters in your maps. And here, we have one that adds a Delirium Mirror.
Yo, that's actually so
Each
cool.
type of Scarab now has multiple versions, so if you want to fully invest in a type of content, you can do so. Here's a suite of Ultimatum Scarabs. This Ultimatum Scarab adds an Ultimatum encounter to a map. This Ultimatum
is
Scarab
so
of
much
bribing
nicer.
then causes that Ultimatum encounter to grant better rewards and its monsters to yield more experience. This Ultimatum Scarab of dueling will cause that Ultimatum encounter to always guarantee the Trial Master boss fight at the end, assuming you can survive through all the rounds. This Ultimatum Scarab of catalyzing will cause all rewards from that ultimatum to be catalysts, instead of other rewards.
Yo, that's honestly
And
really
finally,
cool.
this Ultimatum Scarab of Inscription will cause all catalyst rewards from that ultimatum to be inscribed ultimatums instead. There are plenty of others. If you enjoy divination card farming, you might want to use these. This Divination Scarab of Curation causes more divination cards to drop for each different favored map you have selected. But it also causes whatever map you're running to only drop divination cards from those favored maps. So if you want to try and aim for your Mage Blood and don't want to just farm Crimson Temple, then this Scarab is for you.
I really like
This
that.
Divination Scarab of Completion causes your divination cards to have a 20% chance to drop as a full stack instead,
What?
for maximum dopamine. Basically, there are now just a lot of Scarabs. You might have also noticed that they no longer have tiers. Scarabs are now all world drops. You can get them anywhere. Some might be rarer than others, but the intention is that there'll be a lot more options than before, and more interesting combinations to consider. If you want to target specific Scarabs, Betrayal has been updated to include most of them, and you will need to relearn which ones come from where. While this system is allowing you to heavily invest in one type of content, it is reducing your capacity for variety. To address this, we have massively increased access to content on the Atlas passive tree.
Yo.
You are now able to reliably get different leagues like Breach or Legion from just your Atlas passives. Regarding Master Missions, content such as Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, and Bestiary, these too are now accessible with Scarabs, and have more reliable investment options on the tree. Not only this, you can now get Jun, Einhar, Alva, and Nico to appear together in the same map.
The boys
We
are
have also
here.
removed some keystones such as Wandering Path, Grand Design, and Growing Hordes.
Whoa,
But I've
wait,
added
what?
some new ones too.
Wait.
For example, Unwavering Vision,
Wait, what? Well, what do you mean you removed
Back to
Unwavering
Basics.
Path?
and Thorough Exploration.
What do you mean?
And we have added some new notables such as Remarkable Relics, which allows you to try find better variants of Scarabs.
I don't even know what to say about this.
Mounting Modifiers, which increases the values of modifiers on your maps by 2% for each explicit modifier. And Tainted Carapaces, which is just one in a set of many that allow you to target farm specific types of Scarabs. These are just a few of the many new notables that can be found on the Atlas passive skill tree.
Holy
Lastly,
dude.
we are giving you more flexibility in what content you want to run in the endgame. In 3.24, you can now have multiple copies of the Atlas tree, which can be swapped between maps at your leisure. You can unlock up to 2 extra trees for a total of 3
OPMF
by
strat,
progressing
dude.
through the endgame and completing core content. When you open a map, you can select which tree you would like to
Bro,
use.
I'm overwhelmed at this
For a
point.
given league, you'll never feel constrained to playing your endgame a single way. You can also label your trees to easily identify which one has
I'm
which
just so
content.
overwhelmed at this point.
With all this combined, we're hoping to see new endgame strategies shine through. While playing through the campaign in 324, you'll notice a myriad of small improvements and surprises.
Oh no, okay.
The fundamentals of the campaign are still intact, but we've scattered fun encounters and secrets throughout Rayclast.
Okay.
The Dweller of the Deep has been trapped. What are these ritual shrines doing in the northern forest?
Okay, that's fine, I guess.
And why are they giving me omens?
That's actually really cool.
This device looks safe. I should definitely use this on my items.
Why though? Why is that there?
There are plenty more encounters to discover. We'll continue adding more surprises in future releases, so keep an eye out.
That's actually really cool. I like that a lot.
In the previous expansion,
All right, let's see it.
323, we released a large number of transfigured skill gems.
Yep.
These are alternate versions of existing skill gems that function in very different ways, allowing for more build and gameplay variety. At the time, our aspirations were higher than we could achieve. We planned more gems than we could make. So, in 324, we're adding another set of transfigured gems that we have now finished. Ice Shot, Incinerate, Artillery Ballista, Tornado, Elemental Hit, Kinetic Blast, Poisonous Concoction,
Kinetic
and
Blast?
lastly, Summon Holy Relic.
Kinetic Blast!
Hopefully those of you who missed your favorite skill having a transfigured variant will get that here. We will certainly be adding more of these in the future, especially for skills that are missing them still. Of course, we'll also be doing a balance pass on the existing transfigured
Oh no, they're
gems.
showing fragmentation!
One of the main ones we're looking at is Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation.
No!
As a result of this change, it is clear that the endgame potential of the Wander archetype really starts to suffer, mostly in the single target damage department. Due to this, we've added the new support gem, Sacred Wisps. This support gem causes supported skills to create 2 attached wisps for a duration. With these wisps, whenever you attack, they have a chance to also use the same skill, if you have enemies in your presence. And if there are any rare or unique enemies, they will always use the skill. That leads us into all the other quality of life features we're introducing in 324, and there's a shitload of them. Many of these have been revealed in teasers already, but here's a quick summary.
Dude.
We've added the automation and call to arms skill gems, for being able to trigger instant skills and war cries without having to bind them to left click. You can now hold down Control and left click to automatically apply certain currency orbs until they achieve the desired result, or you run out. For example, you can hold down fusings until you reach maximum links. You will be able to control, shift, click currency into a trade window to automatically move all of that currency at once from your inventory.
Yeah, we know about most of these already.
Detonate Dead now has clearer telegraphing effects. When harvest crafting, the item hover will always be visible, so you no longer have to mouse back and forth to see the results of your crafts. When you use a Val Orb on a map, the map no longer has a chance to become unidentified. Instead, it adds a new implicit.
Can't believe they called out my ability,
We've created a set of implicits
dude.
that affect the areas in fun ways.
Bastards.
Related to that, corrupted and mirrored items can now be identified.
Oh.
Breach hands now open upon approach, and no longer need to be clicked.
Corrupted items can be
Upgrades to Pantheon
identified.
powers now apply to all characters in a league. You no longer need to grind divine vessels on each new character. With harvest crafting, you can now re-roll Uber Elder fragments. Fragments dropped by the Shaper cannot be re-rolled into fragments dropped by the Elder, and vice versa. Regarding Betrayal, we're removing Ashling's crafting bench as a reward. Instead, Veiled Orbs now perform that function. They remove a mod and replace it with a Veiled mod. These orbs now drop from Katarina and are no longer a world drop. Flasks can now be corrupted by Val Orbs, giving random -10 to +10 quality. The capability to add extra quality to weapons, armors, and flasks has been removed from Betrayal. The Betrayal bench craft that converts an amulet to a talisman has been moved to Bestiary, and thus can be traded. Maven invitations no longer drop. Instead, when you have completed witnessing all bosses required to go to the Maven's arena, you can just talk to Karak, and he'll open a map device window with the
I honestly
invitation
kind of
already
don't like
in there,
this one.
ready to be rolled.
It's kind of
Valor's
annoying to have
maps
to
that
roll
granted
stuff in a window.
invitations now give scarabs. No more having to waste Guardian kills to try get invitations to drop. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Solar and Eldritch packs. Each tier contains the full pack's face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Necropolis League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic, and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Solar series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Cosmos weapon effect adorns your weapon with stars. Hitting enemies causes cosmic energy to spill out into the area around them. The Radiant Orb of Chance extra effect projects the outcome of items you've used an Orb of Chance on above your head. Remember to congratulate other exiles in town if you see them chance a powerful unique item. Shine boldly with the Solar Knight armor set. The power of the sun radiates from your body, getting more and more intense as you use skills and emitting solar flares as you run. With the Supernova Level Up extra effect, the dead will be raised from the ground around you, before being obliterated and turned to ash by an epic supernova whenever you level up.
Why raise a bunch of dead just to destroy them?
This one is my personal favorite. The Cosmic Turtle Hideout lets you travel the infinite expanse of the cosmos atop the back of a colossal turtle. Carry the weight of the sun on your back with the Solar Guardian back attachment. Witness it grow larger and larger as the energy of slain enemies is funneled into it. When it reaches its maximum size, it goes supernova and turns into a black hole, forever drifting throughout Rayclast. The Eldritch Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. Are you wondering if we moved the stash in the latest patch? Don't be fooled, because with the Mimic Stash Pet, players can transform into an image of a stash when in a town or hideout, and scare unsuspecting exiles. This pet follows behind you with its terrifying hand-walking the rest of the time.
What the hell,
The Shaper's
dude?
Slam finisher effect sends slain unique enemies into a
final abyss of unending darkness.
The Eldritch Hunger armor set contains a beast that demands you defeat it by embracing your bloodlust. Watch it grow in power the more you kill until it bursts from the shell of the helmet. Are you able to satiate its hunger? The seed within the Corrupted Growth map device expands its grasp on your hideout the more maps you complete on your atlas. Equipping the Headhunter character effect causes skulls of slain rare enemies to whirl around you like trophies. They become enraged when you are near a rare enemy you are yet to kill, wishing for them to join your collection. Witness a reality where the struggle didn't exist, allowing the Eldritch Horrors to settle their own conflicts with the Eldritch Horror Apparition effect.
Yeah.
Which of the Eater
Exarch
of
would
Worlds
win.
or Searing Exarch do you think will win?
Exarch would win every single
These
fucking
packs
time,
are
dude.
now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Necropolis. Meanwhile, the Shade and Disciple packs leave the store forever at the launch of Necropolis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start
We
the
got
Q&A
directly
with Ziggy D.
nerfed.
Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Necropolis' full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Necropolis' release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new Mystery Box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thank you for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to doing some awesome Gravecrafts and conquering the new in-game bosses with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Dude, we got like nothing. Let's see here. Maybe Ultimatum buffed, new T-Gems. I mean, Mageblood sorta got nerfed, but not really. We definitely got this. We got this. The PoE 1 segment was definitely way longer. We did get crafting nerfs, but we did get a couple more quality of life. We did get new uniques.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Whoa, why am I hearing this multiple times?
Good morning, Exiles.
Morning.
And welcome to our Q&A portion for today.
5
I'm joined
PM,
by
brother.
Jonathan and Mark. And first thing, we're going to be talking about Path of Exile 1 questions. As I know that's the content that you'll be getting your hands on soon and want to hear all about. And then afterwards, we'll follow up with a bit of a deep dive into Path of Exile 2 reveals, both from today and also some of the other stuff that came up during the recent hands-on event. But good morning, Jonathan and Mark. How are you going?
Hey, really nice
How
to be here
are you
again.
going?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having us.
Always a pleasure. I love talking to you folks about some Path of Exile, right? So let's kick things off with the new league, Necropolis. And I just want to ask, should I ask about Lycia and Katarina and what it means for them to be involved, especially since they're like characters that are actively present elsewhere in the game
pretty
and
crazy.
non-mechanic right now? Like, what does that mean?
We bent the rules a little bit on that teaser. They're not actually involved. They're only in the sense that they are both T17 map bosses. So you don't actually fight them together, but we thought it would make a cool, little teaser shot there, and I think it did. It raised a lot of questions. So yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, we're still doing some timing and stuff. Oh, they both kind of like deal with death, so there's a bit of a connection there.
Like when you get into maps, everything's all memories and the line gets a bit blurred. You can kind of do whatever you want, which is a good thing about that system. You don't have to stay so grounded and sensible. But so yeah, we do have some interesting encounters going on there that are a bit different. But it's again, the maps allow us to kind of detach from the groundedness of the world and the rules of what's actually happening in there.
It looks like there's a lot of boss stuff coming this league. Is that all focused in the new T17 maps, or is there some with the league mechanic itself as well?
I don't know how I feel about this. Is
no,
this
we
that
focused
good?
the monster development
it's
this time round on the T17s instead of the
okay?
league. So there's no new bosses in the league, but there are some reuse of monsters through like the All Flame Embers and whatnot, but not bosses. And then we put all our boss development towards creating these T17 bosses as well as the monsters. Like there are quite a lot of actual interesting monsters in the T17 maps as well. Like I don't know if people saw, but you can get Brutus as just a monster. Like he's not a boss. There are packs of Brutuses and various other monsters throughout the non-notable ones, which will be quite interesting to see. You'll probably find a rare hasted Brutus as a whole different level compared to even the Brutus map boss and whatnot. So.
Yes, we experienced that last league in Affliction at launch. For those of us there who empowered that boss. That was an experience, to be sure. So we'll kind of change my order of the day then with the tier 17 maps. So there's 4 of these, was there?
We've got 5 of them. We've got the Ziggurat map, Sanctuary map, Fortress map, Abomination map, and Citadel map being the 5.
And these are like effectively Uber maps, but we kind of also had Uber maps last league in a different way with the community-made maps as well. But this is a whole different system, right?
This is different. Obviously the Valdo's maps come with a little bit more craziness going on. There are custom mod pools on these, and there is a little bit of overlap, but nowhere near as crazy. Like you're not going to roll the like mod that sends you to the Void League or anything like that. That's exclusive for those player-made ones.
It could just be 0.
But yes, this is a new tier of difficulty.
With quality.
It is expected that they are hard, for sure, but I'm sure some of your questions get into some of that, so
yeah,
sure. Explain them as it comes.
How hard are they?
So these are the primary vehicle now for getting like the Uber fight keys. What led to the decision to make them come from a tier 17 separate map thing like this instead of from the boss, which I guess was the more expected, like you would get an Uber Maven key from Maven?
Let's say it was from Shaper, and to get Uber Shaper, and you kill your Shaper, let's say it was even once every time, and now you kill your Uber Shaper, or let's say you fail, that's fine, but eventually you conquer it, you can kill it. It's not now fun to go back and do regular Shaper where clearly you can do the Uber version. Why are you bothering with the non-Uber version? So unless you want a specific drop from him, it's not fun to go back and just do like a clearly lower grade quality. So we instead went with it going a different way where we have something that is ideally in between those 2 points of difficulty and has random variance. Like you'll find that some of the tier 17 map bosses with certain mod combinations are probably even harder than the Uber Pinnacles, depending on your character and all of those variables there. I wouldn't say that's going to happen entirely consistently, like it'll be occasionally the case, but it certainly isn't fun to just be like, in order to do Uber Shaper, I have to do this content that I have clearly proven capable of doing, and just repeating that over and over.
I see, yeah. So it's for the people who want to farm their own ones. They're doing content that is up to their challenge level, basically, because the regular boss wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Right on. How do you get the tier 17 maps, though?
So the tier 17 maps, when you get more Void Stones, it has a chance to convert T16 maps that drop. The more Void Stones you get, it becomes multiplicatively higher. But there is a kind of diminishing returns on that. So it is quite probable to convert T16 maps like the first one, and then as you get more T17s, it becomes less and less and less. And the reason we did that is obviously the discrepancy between just running regular T16s and obviously top tier juicing. You end up with, like, you know, the multiplier difference of the amount of T16s dropping is substantial, to say the least. And we didn't want it to be that we have to balance around the juicing with respect to getting T17s. We wanted to be that more accessible across the board. And so, yes, we added a kind of diminishing return. So like your first one might be quite probable, the next one's less, and the next one less, and then you're not going to get, like, you know, 20 T17s in one map kind of thing going on. Right. It is also worth noting T17s cannot drop T17s. They are not self-sustaining. The intention is that you are still kind of doing T16s and occasionally diving into T17s, unless you want to trade, of course, in which case, you know, the world's your oyster.
So I saw they have their own new mod pool, and we saw things. One of the mods I saw was Ray Monsters remove 10% life, mana, and ES on hit. The mana removed on hit seems to break a lot of builds in particular whenever that sort of thing comes up, as mana is generally a pretty finely tuned system in Path of Exile. And it gets me thinking in general about mods like 80% reduced recovery and things that disable auras and stuff like that. And it feels just a bit not too dissimilar to monsters just being immune to your build, right? So what's the intention behind those sorts of modifiers in maps?
It certainly was the ideal dream back when, that there are a lot of modifiers that can't be done by every build, and you'd re-roll them and whatnot. Now, obviously, in the context of T17s, you can't re-roll them. So this really is, you should either change your playstyle, take your time, be a bit more careful to do it, or you can trade it away, of course, or maybe you simply can't run it on that character, and you have to maybe build a different character that is capable of doing, or more characters that are capable of doing different maps. There is one tool, though, that is in the form of a scarab. One of the scarabs gives you additional crafting modifiers on your map device. It isn't a common scarab by any means. You can't just use it on every T17. But two of the extra crafting mods that get applied to the map device is that prefixes are disabled and suffixes are disabled. So you can pick one of those. So if you do get one of these T17s, I do expect sometimes, and you're like, I can't run it because of this modifier, you can at least use that scarab to turn that off occasionally. So it is like one of the tools that you can use to get around certain mods that it might be too hard or you can't quite get through. But the general idea is that you do have to actually think about these modifiers, play around them, change your characters. It's not just a kind of like, well, you don't have to alch them, they drop rolled, but it shouldn't just be a T17 as mindless go in there and do it. Unless, of course, your build is so strong and so diverse that it can do that, which that's fine. If you want to build your character that way, then, you know, that's what the game allows you to do, and that's what we like. So,
right on, right on. We'll jump back to the league a little bit before we move on to some of the other endgame questions that I have. But what you're doing with the difficulty control for Necropolis, where you can select which monsters get buffed in which ways, seems like a lot of what people have been asking for, especially with Affliction's launch, where we didn't have as precise control over the difficulty of content we were facing. That said, how do you weigh up giving this level of control against things like adding to the time it takes to jump into the gameplay? I saw that this is going to take a bit of time to like read through those things and shuffle the menu each zone.
So obviously we like giving control. But yes, in this league, you cannot skip the difficulty. Having the control is a way to make it easier, or harder if you want. But you cannot skip it. If you just enter the area and you don't interact with the lantern, you'll get whatever randomly generates. So you don't have to, I'd say throughout the campaign, like it is going to be harder by not engaging with it, but you don't have to engage with the League in the sense of interacting with that UI. But you will have to deal with the fact that some monsters are harder. So this is a rare league where in this case, you can't really skip it, which isn't something we do a lot. But occasionally we get back into that and try it out. Now, that being said, yes, obviously we like difficulty, being able to manipulate the difficulty. And I think it is, and obviously the rewards as well. Now, it just needs to be the case that it is worth your time from a reward standpoint, engaging with that. If that isn't the case, we have failed. Like, it obviously should be worth your time from a reward point to go, oh, awesome, I got this thing, I need to put it on some XP, I need to put it on this pack, or you get like, the pack spawns Torment Spirits on death, I need to make sure it's on this pack. Like, there are certainly lots of positive mods that, or like spawning lesser shrines, right? If you put that on a very rare pack, you're not going to get very many of them. If you put it on a common pack, all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of shrine buffs throughout the area, which in turn also makes it easier. So not only does this league make it harder, it also makes it easier in some ways. Now, one thing you said, talking about the time, like obviously when you get to end game, which like for every map, you do get presented with that UI, but because we have added the nodes on the Atlas
my
tree for
mind is just
Necropolis,
melting right
we
now.
have added a keystone that allows you to, well, effectively what it says is the mods are applied randomly and there are more mods, so it is harder and it is more rewarding in some senses, but you then don't get to customize it. But if someone is like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with interacting with that between my maps,
My mind is
you can
so
just
melted.
run the map and it will
It's
randomly
too
do
much.
it. And like, that isn't necessarily to say that that's better or worse. It's just one of the ways someone can customize their experience here. But yeah, so through the campaign, you don't have to use the UI, but it will probably be harder and less rewarding. So you should be wanting to do it, unless of course you just want to get to end game, go for it. And at end game, if you want to invest in the keystone, you can skip doing it on the maps themselves if you, again, don't want to have to deal with it. So ideally, we've given, the choice here to do both versions and play the way you want to play.
I think that's really clever, using the Atlas passive tree as like a tool to be able to customize that league experience. Now I'm to the point that I'm surprised it hasn't happened before, right? But it makes sense if it's
actually, we were talking about trying to find a way, and we were talking about like check boxes and all that, and it's all just a little bit inelegant. And it was actually a suggestion of one of the programmers, was like, we could do a keystone, and then we're like, hey, we never actually do tree support for the current league. Like, it's just not even a thing that we've really considered. And from there, we're like, wait, we should just do this. Like, of course we should do this. Like, this is going to be fun and allow people to do different strategies, and like, why not? So I think it is a good addition. We'll see how it actually plays, because it's the first time we're doing it, and then we may continue doing it for future leagues, or maybe it's terrible. We'll see, and we'll not do it again. Well, who knows? I mean, we think it's cool here, but we're not always right.
All right. So in the campaign, the monsters you kill in one zone affect what happens in the next zone, like the amount of devoted monsters, modifiers that show up. And this is the first time I recall seeing a league like this where what you do in one affects like kind of the next zone like that. Does it work on like any next zone you enter, even like a zone reset of the same zone or somewhere in a different act or something?
No. So this doesn't. The league actually isn't customizable when accessing through waypoint or through the world map.
Oh.
Which is bit different. I mean, you might think, oh, but my Blood Aqueduct farming, and yeah, sure, you can still do it technically by farming from town, but we're also like, not that I know how many people even still do that outside of like, SSF tabular farming, which I still don't even know if necessarily is a strategy. But either way, yes, farming the same zone over and over is not really embraced in this league. The difficulty will still be there, but you won't be able to customize the mods, and you won't get devoted mods either. So it's more for like, the linear playthrough when you're going through.
I mean, that's probably fine.
Souls
the way it works, the way it works effectively is like, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you will get devoted modifiers. It's a campaign-only feature. It doesn't happen in maps. Maps are completely randomly generated per item. So it's an interesting way where it works a little bit differently in the campaign than maps, which I think is interesting. I kind of like having subtle differences there. And yeah, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you are to get devoted monsters. And this is actually a reward for why you want to make it hard. Because if, let's just using Mudflats as the example, if you put all the hard if you have say 2 out of 4 of the packs or however many packs there are have haunted mods, you might want to say I'm going to make that easier and put them on the zombies
Mark
and
just
water
knows way
elementals.
too much about
but
this
those are the
game.
least common monsters in that area, and thus you are less likely to now
Dude is
get devoted
insane.
modifiers to appear when transitioning into either fetid pool or submerged passage. So you actually have an incentive to put them on the rowers and the other pack of rowers because they are like the dominant monster in that area. Which is kind of interesting. So again, like there are many pros and cons to controlling the difficulty and rewards. And then when you click the next, when you next peer through the lantern, it will like show which mods you got.
Bro, I am so right there with you. If I'm gonna be honest,
as many good ones as you
like,
can.
My
But
brain
also the other
is
thing,
just
while we're on that
completely
topic,
melted right
why
now.
It's actually sometimes good to make things harder. In some sense, there's so many axes here that it's more like you want as many monsters as possible haunted by as many high tier things as possible. Is that the haunted monsters are the ones that can turn into the ones that you collect for crafting. So again, if you want to maximize your crafting output, you want to be putting the haunted modifiers of the highest tiers on the packs that have the highest density and pack size. So again, going into mudflats as the example, you want to have the rowers do that if you want to maximize your crafting output. So there are 2 axes and rewards for why you want to be making things harder. But often what I would say people are probably going to be like, I'm going to make things a bit easier to start with as they get more comfortable with their character. As their character gets more powerful, they start to take a little bit more risks in that regard. And of course, if it becomes too hard and they over make it too hard for themselves, the mods rotate pretty frequently, like to the point of you like running through an area. The next time if you then had to recreate that area, because you're like, nah, I've made it too hard. The mods will be have rotated, and you can adapt your decisions and be like, yeah, this is easier for me now. I'll wait a few more areas or some more levels until I then raise the difficulty again.
So how clearly is that like reward system communicated in the UI? Can like someone who hasn't like watched this know that, killing more of these monsters will give more devoted to the next zone and stuff like that?
That isn't currently communicated, but it will be. You probably didn't see it in the live stream, but we will do that. At least on the hovers, when you hover over and it just says devoted, we will put like a little, we'll put it on the hovers of all the like tier things where it says like, servant haunted, noble haunted, etc. Currently, I think it says something, but I can't remember what. But yeah, we'll do a pass on making things more.
I don't know if the kinetic bolt is dead.
It's actually kind of interesting.
We have
on
to
that
see
point,
the numbers. They said that they
this is
nerfed
the first
it, but I
time
don't know how
in
hard.
PoE where you have information about what is in a zone and what the pack compositions are, and like just information about monsters. And there's just information generally there about like what monsters do and so on, which is kind of not really something we've ever really done before. So this UI actually sort of provides that, and it'll be interesting to see like whether that's actually useful and like whether we want to think about how we might communicate that again in the future, because like all that's now sort of a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I got really excited actually when I saw that. I was like, oh, we can actually see what their abilities are and damage types and stuff like that. I was like,
along that note, there's quite an interesting feature in maps that because maps have uniform density distribution of packs. So generally in a map, you're going to have like I think it's 5 packs or whatever, and you're going to have 20. It's generally going to be that there's 20% of the map as each pack. So in maps, there are these extra little symbols, which I don't think were in the live stream that we've kind of added in more recently, which are variants. So sometimes a certain pack is going to have higher like pack size or mod effect or density, and there'll be these kind of up and down arrows to kind of show like this pack's going to be more common and this one's going to be less common and stuff like that, just to add that variance so that those variables can still play a role in.
I can't wait to get a map with
when
like
interacting with the modifiers. Otherwise, it would just be like
they just one-shot me constantly.
Here's porcupines, I'll do X, and then 90% of packs you probably wouldn't care too much about. So we've added extra variables to make it that the packs and maps, are a bit. Have more influence on your decisions. That being said, when you get into tier 17 and you have a pack of Brutuses, you might actually think a bit more about it. Yeah.
You're talking about your up and down arrows there. Maybe realize what the next league is going to be. Monster stock market investing. It's there. It's ready for you.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go off topic a little bit here and answer a chanted question in chat. so that we can get back on track. So we 1 sec. There we go. So you've been flooding us with a lot of great quality of life updates in the lead up to this release. It's like some spring cleaning is going on right now, which I love to see. That said, at least one of them seems to have missed the mark, which is the automation change and the resulting removal of the ability to bind instant skills to left click movement. So having your steel skin on left click and having
a hard-hitting question from Ziggy.
But it seems to be a pretty unpopular change, and I just want to ask you guys, why do you feel like that is? Why is it so unpopular?
Well, there's a fair. I'll go into a few things here, but yes, obviously missed the mark on this one. As I said, we're not always right. Bit of a disaster. I do, however, think this is solving some good things the way we've done it, but the problem is it hasn't obviously solved it entirely. And going from a bad solution to a bad solution, at least from our perspective, is not what we should be doing. So we will make further changes. I just don't know exactly when and to what degree. There's obviously discussions going on. So to get into some details there, I do believe that it is beneficial now that it is a more observable mechanic, a less like hidden specialized mechanic of, you know, like you can follow a build guide and you can see, oh, this person's using this instant skill. But at no point does a user necessarily know they should randomly, unintuitively bind it to left click to have it auto cast.
The way that was before was just, I think, like more than anything, it just felt like such a strange, like, why should this even be a thing? Kind of, you know, it was kind of almost exploiting a quirk in just the way that our input system was, rather than really being like an actual mechanic we decided to exist.
Yeah,
I think that was probably
kind of
where
agree
we
with
started
him,
to feel like, oh, you know, this is like, because I remember when I was discussing with Mark, and I was kind of like, this really, like, if you tell a new user about this thing and the way that it works and why it is the way that it is, it's kind of like, this just sounds so dumb. And that's kind of why we were kind of sort of keen to change it. But on the other hand, I guess the problem, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately the issue there is that, you know, the solution is a reduction in character power due to the fact that you need to have an extra support socket, and you know, without compensation, that obviously feels really bad. So
well,
yeah,
I do stand by the, like, being able to have it trigger while stationary is an advantage, and being able to use multiple is an advantage. But of course, then we talk about more into socket pressure, right? Using multiple, unless you were already using multiple, you know, isn't reasonable for most characters. So, and we can talk about all kinds of like what the actual solutions would be, but effectively, from my perspective, I come down to, if these things are just becoming passive skills, then why are they not just passive skills? That's what I've kind of come to recently. Like, we should probably take all of these, make them like, how is, say, Time of Need not different from Steel Skin? I understand one of them is regeneration and one of them is mitigation, but in the sense that, like, effectively what we're saying Steel Skin, Molten Shell, etc. is now every 10 seconds do something for Y seconds, which is exactly what a lot of our passives do. And so I was just thinking, like, we could move a lot of these into passives, and then what we could do is actually take what we originally intended for those skills and design awesome skills that are, because they were intended to be reactionary. And it'd be nice to actually design some stuff that is useful for that. Now, obviously, that's a longer discussion, designing the specifics of all the skills. But there are also some objective problems and balance problems that did happen from this outside of socket pressure. And I can at least cover some of them now. So I'll start with, okay, General's Cry. Obviously nerfed by this, right? It isn't nerfed if you were to use it manually. It is nerfed automated. And when you look at it, no one's using it manually. Everyone's using it automated. And when I say everyone, I obviously mean, you know, the majority of people. So we are buffing General's Cry, and we are doing some other things Warcry adjacent, like I think there's some inconsistencies on a bunch of unique items which have like casting a Warcry and using a Warcry, and we're making that more consistent so that more things work in that regard. But there's heaps of little nitty gritty details there. Patch notes will hopefully clarify all that. Now, then there's Mines, which is a big one. Now, Mine playstyle, aside from the annoying having it on left click, going like tink, 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 tink the whole time, and that just being irritating, it is certainly the case that when it is triggering all the time with a support gem, obviously, if you now want to have the playstyle of throwing heaps of mines and then moving to detonate them all at once, which is how mines are meant to be played, you could do that before, and now you can't. So to change that, we've added a mastery for mines, which does the exact same behavior as before, which the mastery says your mines will detonate every X milliseconds while moving, and it will occur the moment you start moving from a stationary position.
That's kind of cool.
Now, the other third one I'll get into here is, I guess, bone armor from Necromancer. So, goodbye bone armor. And we have redesigned some of the nodes around there. So, what have we changed? I'll see if I can remember all the details here.
Okay.
I think it's mindless aggression. And note, all these notables are going to probably get renamed due to the theme change, but I'll use the old names just because that's what everyone will know. So mindless aggression is now multiplicative 10% more minion damage and multiplicative 20% more minion life.
Okay.
Instead of the increased damage and increased speed. This
That's pretty
is
good.
possibly worse as a 2-pointer at like level 30, but in-game far, far, far superior in terms of actual damage output. You could argue it's slightly worse with spiritual aid, but I think that loss is ultimately inconsequential with the other changes here. Then there's the 4-pointer bone barrier, which we are going to keep the PDR stat and the what we're doing is we're removing bone armor and we're adding a large amount of minion life is added as extra energy shield, which will increase the minion survivability for the amount lost by bone armor. So that should provide a good mitigation against, like, well, obviously with the mechanic of energy shield recharging, it'll help a lot towards your minions. Like, they take a bit of damage and then they have some time to get it back. And, you know, it's not foolproof, but that's fine. What you have lost is obviously the bleed removal from them. Deal with it is my answer on that one. What we actually did find, by the way, is a lot of necromancers weren't actually using bone armor, and a lot were just using molten shell anyway. So I don't know how much of that is actually lost. And I know this is a bit of a rant, but I'll just keep going because, again, people want to know about these changes. What else did we change there?
Well, one more thing. Did you change the leech thing, or is that...
Yeah, so there is a... Oh, I don't want to misremember exactly. I'll go into the Unholy Might thing first. So Unholy Might, we're actually changing what Unholy Might does, which is better for summoners in some regards, but more so poison summoners, and better for everyone else in many regards. So Unholy Might now is 100% of physical converted to chaos, as well as I think it's 25% chance to apply Wither on hit.
What?
So hopefully that is enabling a lot more different unique items, and obviously Sin's Rebirth and all of that throughout the game. But also poison summoners, in theory, don't also now have to use a Wither setup, and so they get some gems there, I suppose. But, you know, that's not exactly necessarily going to be a meta build. But we have changed Extractor Mentis because that gave permanent Unholy Might to monsters, and that means that with CI now you will have a physical and chaos immunity against monsters, and that was a little bit busted with, you know, Worm Flask shenanigans. So anyway, that's been adjusted, and I can't remember. We were experimenting with some leech. I can't remember if we stuck with it, but I think we had a 1% of damage dealt by minions is leech to you as life, replacing the recovery on Bone Barrier as well.
That's
which should account for a lot more incoming life recovery. I will double check that and I will post that afterwards just in case, because we went through like 50 iterations here and we're at somewhere. So that leaves one major problem, which is the socket pressure, especially on summoners. And we are actively discussing solutions to that one. I think where we are currently landing is that we want to have corruption implicits possibly on all the different minion base types. So Bone Ring, the Bone Shield, and the minion weapons, which grant various different skills like Convocation, the Offerings, Desecrate. I know a lot of people end up just auto-casting Desecrate and Offerings with the wand, but for people who don't have that's good. And at the very least, generally Convocation is unlinked. We might even do the Golem skills as corruptions too. I'm a bit iffy on that one, so I know generally I shouldn't say things that we're not definitely doing, but you know, I'm just speaking freely on that one. So hopefully that is at least a temporary solution to alleviate some socket pressure, but we probably do need to do more. But doing more in the next week is, you know, probably kind of hard. So I would look forward to hopefully seeing more of that in the future. But that's where we're at with that pretty much. Big rant.
It's like this automation change kind of revealed just how much of a very potent band-aid the left-click automation was, because it's opened up this whole can of worms of being like, well, it's exposed how these skills designs are all a bit problematic. You know, these ones that encourage you to have them just up all the time, cast off cooldown. These are things that potentially need to be readdressed, right?
For sure. Like, I mean, this does happen a lot. I mean, even if you look at the Pantheon change, which was one of the first quality of life things we announced, like, you know, it's like, well, we're going to change this Pantheon thing. Like, surely that's good for everyone, not having to redo. And then all of a sudden it's like, but now I don't want to always have chill effect on and all this. And we're just looking at these things going, Pantheons equals positive buffs. But then there are all these niche builds and Johnny builds that end up with taking these upsides and turning them into, they become downsides, and so now we have to adapt another thing. Like, often what happens is we change a system that we entirely think is positive, and yes, either because we've not given it enough time internally, or because, again, it's very hard for even 100 people to find things as quickly and as actively as the many hundreds of thousands of people. And so, yeah, we find that there are things we then need to do afterwards to fix. So obviously, we address the Pantheon thing by allowing you on a character-by-character basis to then disable and enable Pantheon upgrades to fix a bunch of niche builds. But yeah, with a game as like expansive as Path of Exile, with all the millions of different builds, it is pretty hard to change anything without affecting something. And in this case, it was just we made a change that affected a lot more than we had originally thought about. And yeah, we're doing a lot of solutions here, but there is certainly need for a much grander solution when it comes to that left click thing. But I think where we're at right now is probably pretty good. I am never ever going to be happy with the fact anyone feels like they need to do some sort of numlock shenanigans, or whatever the crazy strategies are. That is not okay, and as such, we need to. If that is still happening, we need to still fix more.
Yeah,
that's a good stance on
when
it.
there's like one of these things where you change something and it's like, this will be good once we get these other things implemented down the line. Do you feel compelled to maybe like hold off on the change until you can get it all done at once?
Well, I think sometimes, but I think in this case, I think the lesser evil has been met, and I think that it is worth sticking to this one. Especially with us fixing all those actual objective problems with the balance and actual nerfs that occurred as a result of it. Sure, not every single use case is covered, but I think the other ones are nowhere near as consequential. And I do think it will actually play relatively well. But yeah, in some cases, I'm sitting there like, okay, do we revert that, or do we, aim to get all the fixes in? We're generally pretty fast with reacting to things like this. We generally can make changes pretty quickly. But yeah, it is a hard decision to make for sure. Like, you definitely lose sleep over that one. But like that's what we do. And often as like, it's actually responding to this one has actually been fun in at least a development sense, because it is promoting a bunch of these other changes that have been like honestly needed for a while. Yeah. Like, especially when it comes to the socket pressure thing, like that, it is honestly unacceptable that we have not really addressed that in quite some time. So yeah, I mean, ideally, I can't promise by the end of next week we have the right answer, and I can't promise we're necessarily going to do something, but it is certainly something we are actively going to we have been actively discussing and will continue actively discussing the moment this live stream is finished.
Yeah, like I said, it was such an effective band-aid that like ripping it off now is like allowed
we
you
need to see patch notes for
get to the meat
Kinetic
of some
to
of
see
these
what they did to it.
which
might have destroyed
I'm
it.
excited to see what you do with these like skills that are all have this design where they were just chucked on left click, because hopefully we get some much more interesting skills out of it down the line as a result.
Yeah, I agree. Already I have a lot of cool ideas. It's just a matter of now finding the resources to get them all in and whatnot.
Good luck. So since we're on the quality of life topic, something that bugged me quite a bit lately is getting attacked while talking to NPCs, especially in Affliction. I didn't end up getting through all the lore because I kept constantly getting attacked. But in the preview footage, I even noticed, I don't know if you ended up using a different version, but the player had the issue of talking to the Nameless Seer and getting attacked by a mob. Have you guys considered using pause tech to pause the game during NPC conversations when you're otherwise defenseless, or maybe other solutions like making you untargetable during dialogue?
I would say yes, at least in the especially in the context of PoE 2, which does have pausing.
Is there any actual reason we can't add pausing to PoE 1?
Oh, you're doing it again?
Probably not.
Like, I know it's kind of been one of those things that we've, sorry. It's one of those things that, like, we kind of did, and then we're like, well, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Reese and find out what limitations there were. We certainly were scared by it when we first added it. It was like, this is going to break so much shit, but then it didn't really in PoE 2, so maybe it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't see any obvious reason why it wouldn't be able to be ported over. You never know. There'll be something, but it's probably something we can work around.
Right.
I mean,
the thing that does suck a little bit about pausing during NPC conversations, though, is that there's various triggers that occur, and so it won't. If we just enabled it like that, like it would break stuff like the Fairgraves quest, and like things like that. Like there are some things that would break if we did that immediately, but like it's the kind of thing
we would have to find a way to be able to pause, or like opt into pausing on some and not on others.
There's also the question of other people in the zone, as well. Like there's like a ton of random things that would probably.
The way our pausing works right now is everyone has to have opted into a pause for it to be paused. So. But I mean, technically in multiplayer, if you're in proximity like that, you can just be like, defend me to your friend.
The reason why Chris isn't around is I don't think Chris has ever wanted to do this. Chris is the money guy.
The counter argument
He's the finance guy, and he always has been. Just Mark did not want to do this originally. He did not like being on camera. He should have been the one on camera the entire time. But Chris did it because Mark didn't want to.
Targetable buff on the player while they're talking to the NPC.
But it's the whole like I'm in a map and Alva's there and like, oh no, I'm gonna die or something, or like I just want to reprieve and I just go and like click Alva and then I'm like, oh phew, I'm safe now, and then I get
in a world where people can log out, how is that like problematic?
I mean, you're not wrong, but it feels like, well, at least logging out has a cost to the portal, right? Like I mean, it isn't quite the same. But in the sense that like it feels exploitative, whereas logging out does not. Like it feels like I'm cheesing some mechanic that's unintended for that. Like I wouldn't want to do a solution that again feels
I counter argue that comment because I think logging out feels exploitative.
Whereas
if you're talking to an NPC who protects you with a bubble because they have NPC magic, I'm like, that seems like an in-game thing. Like that seems reasonable.
I buy that, but also logging out in PoE 2, of course, will log you right back into where you were.
Be careful now because you're going to get us talking into changing how logout works.
Yep.
I have to say, after the hands-on with PoE 2, I love the pausing and the reconnecting you exactly where you were if the game crashes or something. So
which was turned out to be very beneficial during the test we just did, considering the number of crashes there still were in the build. But
it happens.
At least you could log back into exactly where you were and just continue.
It certainly helped. All right. Sorry. Something you
there
might
will be a solution to your problem, is what I'm saying.
Right.
And pausing might be one of them. And otherwise, we'll engineer and come up with design some other solution. Like there will be something. But yes, it has come up quite a bit recently, just because of the scope of PoE 2. And generally, when we're discussing that stuff, we do also think, well, if this is a problem in PoE 1 as well, like what are we doing? Like let's fix it. So it'll happen at some point.
Sweet. Before we go back to the league, we'll talk about the other kind of quality of life related thing, which was the announcement of the Ashling crafting change.
Yeah, let's hear about this.
We've been wanting itemized Ashling crafts for quite some time, which is pretty awesome that we're getting that now. But it seems strange to me that it was at the cost of the current Veiled Orb Chaos style effect. That especially was a really nice like mid-level entry crafting option for a lot of players. So to have that removed seems like quite the bummer, as you had the the more random but more accessible version versus Ashling's much more deterministic but more expensive, more costly version. So why did you get rid of the regular Veiled effect?
I mean, I wouldn't say the intention's to just get rid of things, but I also kind of don't see it as a loss to be able to kind of where possible, not retain every single little crafting thing. I would say that the crafting is, at this point, like quite bloated in a sense of like, it is quite hard for someone who isn't reading into and studying profusely to figure out exactly how to craft the best item. And that's not necessarily a problem, but taking the opportunities to remove something that is honestly just bloat at some points is a win, especially if we can find a way to bring it back into the game a different way that feels a bit more core and fundamental. And maybe you'll find that with, say, the Necropolis crafting system. Like, that is, in theory, a start to end game meant to be crafting. You can do crazy stuff at the end. You can do really simple stuff mid game, early game. And then obviously when we then go to say, is this coming core? Like, how do we want to do it? If we want to do it, maybe it's absolutely busted in so many ways that we don't want to, we'll see. But there's always more crafting things we're adding. Like, you don't have a shortage of different crafting things in the game. Like, it's certainly a little bit out of control in a good way and in sometimes a bad way. And more are going to come. So I wouldn't worry about losing something like that in the short term, especially when, you only need to wait a league or two for things like that to come back. And there are always just so many other ways to craft your items. I don't think losing that is ultimately fundamental. And the win of having, obviously, it be tradable is huge. I am very much trying my best to get around as many of the, services as opposed to trades. We're doing a lot
100%.
As much as possible. Like, I eventually want to make sure we add a thing where, for even mirroring items, even though that's like the nichest of the niche in the game, we're talking about, the select few. I do want it to be that, there is a way that you can do that without having to trade your items to someone.
Dude.
So there are a few designs there even, and, like, we will, hopefully we will eventually get rid of as much of that as possible, especially when it comes to trusting someone with your item. I don't like that at all. So yeah, we'll hopefully work around. But, obviously, like, services like boss kills and all of that, there's not really a lot you can do about that. That's completely fine. But when it comes to actually, like, loaning someone your item, I'm certainly not kind of in favor of that thing. And so yeah, hopefully we can see the removal of the rest of those in due time. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm super keen on those changes. So if the thinking is to kind of like slim down on some bloat, I certainly don't disagree that like the crafting system might have like a bit much going on. I think in this particular instance, the reason why you've seen this reaction to it is this particular one little aspect of bloat. It was actually kind of like used in almost every mid-level craft, so it feels a little bit jarring.
Yo, he's pushing.
I see it removed, I guess.
Ziggy's pushing back.
Fair enough. And
oh snap!
I guess the answer there is Necropolis will provide one of the most in-depth crafting systems we ever have, and you could argue about Standard League, but I mean, my answer again there is deal with it. And then later on there will be more crafting systems and more new things and more interesting things.
Mark is so fucking based, dude.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited about the Necropolis crafting. I was stoked.
Deal with
the thing I said after last league, I was like, you guys have to do like some sort of crafting league this time. I feel like it's the only answer to like the whiplash of previous league. So let's talk a bit about that actually. So Affliction was a lot of people's potential favorite league, maybe mine. It was certainly extremely rewarding. Why do you think it was so popular, and were you worried about kind of like coming into this league after that, the correction, effectively?
Why do we think it was so popular? I mean, obviously, at the start, it kind of wasn't in so many ways. It was certainly too difficult. We certainly messed up a bit there. Once things were kind of fixed and once people kind of got their heads around, or around the difficulty of the character builds to handle the difficulty, yes, it became Magic Find Ruckus League. Why was it popular? I mean, it was different. It's not something we had done before in so many regards. It was using new art, and obviously it had bosses, it had all of the stuff, it had so many different kind of reward arcs, and existing old ones put into it, like the omens and all kinds of little things. It just had heaps of little detail. The ascendancy classes, I mean, people like that, but ultimately, yes, we can just go to the Magic Find. I'll tell you, I've never had that experience before. I've never, been to the point where, well, not quite like this, where really it feels like the only thing left on the filter is unique leather belts and unique heavy belts and a couple other things, and there's still too many belts to try, and you're still just like, oh my god, there are freaking belts everywhere.
It was a bit too far.
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean, even just from a server perspective, the level of the number of players we could get on a server per server this league was much lower than it has been before. and even that was started to become a bit of a problem. Like
So the primary issue there is actually what happens is when monsters stay alive longer, because affliction was making things last live longer, they are getting hit more. And when a monster is alive, they cost more than when they're dead. And so the moment, and then obviously when you've got a Stygian spires spewing out 700 monsters a second,
I was destroying their servers.
Combined
I'm sorry,
with
GGG.
the 12-50% increased attack speed, soul eaters, and all of that, you are nothing can survive that level of absolute mayhem. As in hardware wise. But yes, there is going to be a bit of a detox to some degree. But on the other hand, we have changed a lot in the end game to the point where hopefully the meta is so different that it kind of just feels a little bit different as opposed to necessarily like less or worse. There is one other change I'll talk about, and I'm keen for people's feedback. So one problem that we kind of have is that the amount of like obviously if you were to farm mage bloods, headhunters, etc. via divination cards, like there is a somewhat reliable way to get that. You get your doctors, you get your apothecaries and whatnot. And you saw the new divination card scarabs. Obviously we're like embracing that. We're not changing anything around that. But one thing that I do consider problematic, and we have made changes around, is stacked decks. So stacked decks, a lot of those uniques are coming from stacked decks. And so we have actually made some changes where the league rewards of various leagues, especially the ones that were quite high, so stuff like Tujin and a few other leagues, we have cut back on the amount of stacked decks they're giving. And you're like, oh wow, nerf my fun stacked decks. To compensate for that, and what it has allowed us to do is we have actually multiplied the drop rates of your mage bloods, your headhunters, etc. by 2.5 times from world drops. And the intention there is that you are seeing more from actual drops instead of just from stacked deck spam. Now we've kept stacked deck. It was certainly on the chopping block. It was. I
know you were gunning for stacked deck, like you were all keen to get that thing out. But I think a lot of the reason was just the idea that one thing that kind of sucks a bit is that you're getting rewards for bosses, for boss kills that people haven't been able to do yet.
Actually, not anymore. We have changed, which is true, that which I don't know if people saw, but stacked decks cannot yield divination cards that would give items from exclusive bosses anymore.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that sucked, was that, like you want the exclusive items to some extent to feel like, okay, you proved that you killed this guy by having that item. So,
There are some corner cases like, the Gambler and the Void that we're doing some specific handling around, but in general, you should be seeing a lot less like random Star Forges appearing before anyone's even killed Uber Shaper kind of thing. Right. And also, obviously, you've still got the Voidborn keys that will yield it. You've got Valdo's maps, which will yield whatever people have chosen to give there, which is probably just a bunch of mage blood still. But yes, ultimately, we want to see a lot more of those drops come from actually killing monsters and from farming divination cards the way we intended, which is by actually farming the counter, as opposed to just mass stack deck farming on a mass level from specific leagues. I hope that is received positively, of course, because I genuinely believe it is better. But
early heist is dead.
Let us know. We have a little bit of time to make some changes there if needed.
Right on. I'll let people share their opinions on that one. I mean, to me, it's I like the idea of boss drops coming from the bosses and not just from random stack decks. But anyway, it might be controversial. We'll see.
Patch notes will come out after this interview. That's what we're waiting on.
Positively received. You can feel a sigh of relief, perhaps. So I think everyone agrees that Affliction was like probably a bit crazy on the economic side of things and what was dropping and everything like that. And I must say, like, I played the most I've ever played this league. And I was getting to the point, like, in that 2 months phase where I was like doing things and creating builds and doing content that I just hadn't done before. And I think a lot of players had that same experience. And looking at the overall economy, I expected with how crazy the league was for things to be ruined, but because that term gets thrown around a lot when an economy is different, but the like end result felt really positive for most people. Where like, sure, some things, like if you were trying to compete with the Giga Juicers for the items that they were trying to buy, like their bows or whatever, then yeah, you were having a hard time. But for the most part, a lot of stuff was really accessible, and it felt like a really fun league in that regard. And that was actually the biggest, I think, contributor to why it was such a fun league for myself and I think many others. Do you have any thoughts on that and like that economic shift and other ways that that could be captured?
I mean, I love it. I love how the
Patch
economy
notes,
goes
waiting
wild based on the
room.
content we add. It's always interesting to watch and whatnot. I wouldn't say I have any strong feelings one way or another, but I wouldn't say it's like I just want to note, it's not like our intention to, get away from that specifically or do anything one way or another. Like, we liked these things happening organically. We like the community figuring out how to get around that and utilize it. And yeah, I agree. It ended up being completely fine and honestly completely fun. Maybe not everyone agrees. Maybe there are a lot of people who are like, no, it was too hard and I felt like everyone else got ahead of me. We don't know too much about that, but I mean, the league's ending now anyway, so what happened. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. At least I played a lot. My friends played a lot. Like, we certainly got into it. A bunch of people here were playing a lot, and I've heard mostly only positivity coming from outside of the very early in the league where we had some misbalance. Like, the positivity for Affliction was very high. It's actually making me think like a little bit more about how we can find some way to make some of it core, but I don't quite know how to do that just yet. I mean, I don't know if you saw I don't know if it was in there, but one of the keystones has the whole, like, when there's less than 50 monsters remaining, your map boss is empowered by wisps.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was in the live stream, I can't remember. Too many things going on. But that's like kind of one way, at least for now. But there's a lot of good monsters there. There's a lot of good, the bosses and the ascendancies and stuff are interesting. It's just, it actually is one of the more complicated ones, especially when you consider the ascendancies and stuff, to try and even think how to put that into core. Like, that's a lot of character power. And you, I don't know if we will do that, but ideally, even just the magic finding kind of part of it with some regulation to some degree would be fun to add. But I mean, who's to say the current league isn't going to end up having? Sure, it won't be a magic finding one so much, but with all the crafting and whatnot, it's probably heavily going to, change the economy dynamically, and that will evolve over time as well. So,
I think it's really relieving to hear as a player that you guys are like, you liked what you saw with the outcome of that. Like, I think the technical side of how Affliction achieved that with, like, things being laggy and all that sort of problem is not ideal, but the end result was something we really enjoyed. But there's this perception that you guys at GGG are sometimes a little bit grinchy about this stuff where you're like, we don't want you to have items and currency. So it's good to hear that.
I mean,
it's more positive.
I am playing the game every league till high end game and mostly to level 100, and I am farming all these things. Like, I'm not sitting there going like, damn, I don't want all this currency. Like,
what I don't like is when you like press Alt in the game and you get disconnected from the server, or like random stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to technically break. So yeah.
Mark's actually good at the game.
I'd say one big shift, like, just talking about the playing the game here, and like, I do want to understand,
It's
like,
nice
a lot
having
of what all these
lead dev who's
QOL
actually,
changes
like, really
are,
good
a
at the
lot
game.
of what we're doing, a lot of
It's
what
pretty
more will
important.
be done. And I think a lot of what is coming in Necropolis League, with respect to especially all the in-game changes, is a resultant of our team playing the game and
I can
listening
tell.
a lot more.
You guys have been playing the game because you did these changes.
Yeah, we started. So I mean, the whole sextant thing is just like, get me away from this. And I'm in game going like, okay, I've just allocated this tree. I'm like, damn, I don't want to play this anymore. And then I'm like, I don't want to have to respec all this, and then it might be wrong again. I want to experiment and try some stuff, and like, that's where you then get the loadouts. And obviously I can respec, but I don't want to have to just go trading, which we know is a flawed system currently, and we've spoken about trading a lot and how we are going to improve it PoE 2 and then looking at PoE 1 around that in the future. But like, I'm sitting here trying to buy unmaking orbs, having the most frustrating time ever just because no one's replying to me and all of that, like, I know the pain.
One of us.
And then I'm like, okay, we need some sort of like Atlas tree loadouts or something like that. Like, we need to find a way to have this so that I can play the end game the ways I want without feeling so punished. And this comes into another thing, which is like, okay, like Wandering Path. I want to play the end game my way, but if Wandering Path is quantitatively too strong, then I'm not playing it my way. I'm playing it the way that the meta tells me I have to.
Wandering
because
Path nerf
it is too
is
powerful.
a
so,
little rough.
There's things like that where that comes why we've removed a number of the keystones and whatnot, is because
No more
if you
easy
feel like
league
you
start.
have to do something. And so you could argue, okay, well, nerf the value. Well, now I don't want to do it at all. So what's the point in it existing? If the keystone is into that binary state of feeling like you have to do it versus not have to do it, get rid of it. That's generally how I feel about it, and add something cooler and better. And the new keystones might end up in the same ballpark. And you know what? Might remove them later and add new ones as well. That's just how it will be. But yeah, anyway, I don't want it to be that the loadouts are like everyone
Now
has
league
tree
start
A,
runs are
everyone
gonna
has
be
tree B, everyone
heavily
has tree
RNG.
C, because the keystones mean that you have to do that. If people want to do that, because that's like, metas are metas, you can't get around that. But if it's that feeling of I have to do X, that I want to try and get away from, and especially for multiple leagues in a row, like if it's okay for one league, you have fun, and then if you feel like you have to do something that isn't enjoyable, go away. I don't want it. Like, it shouldn't exist.
We got 2 additional Atlas trees
You
because
love to
people weren't
hear it.
responding
You
to
love to
Mark.
hear
Yeah,
it.
they weren't
But
responding to
I
his
have a
trades, dude.
follow-up
He's like,
question
fuck this
that's
shit.
completely unrelated. What about the rucksack?
Look, you're lucky you got it for those 3 months or 4 months.
Oh no.
I just know ultimately. You might see it back one day, but
No,
like,
just no.
I'm honestly surprised that Chris was even okay to even let you do that.
I don't think he was okay with it.
Really?
I think I snuck that
You
one
stuck
in.
that one in without
Well, you weren't okay with it either. Like,
I wasn't okay.
we had a massive argument about it.
Oh no.
I assumed that Chris approved it.
The drama's
He
coming
might have, I
out,
don't
dude.
remember, but anyway, the luxury of the leagues is we do get to try these things for 3 or 4 months, and the importance is when we do something that we are reluctant about or we are in disagreement about, is that we do reevaluate it at the end of that and decide, are we keeping it or not? And it is a firm no on this one. And like, the good thing is we do, because we have these seasonal cycles, the leagues,
the rucksack,
we do get
the
to try
extra
these things,
inventory
and
thing.
we do get to do something that we're maybe not quite comfortable with, just to really test it. And in this case, it's not. It's not staying in.
I mean, I have to respect a firm no, but what? Why? What? Why? How come?
Well, okay, why? Not to put him. I'm sorry to put you on the spot,
Sorry.
but I was on one half of the argument.
Hang on. So you're first of all,
Oh no, I don't want to keep it.
First of all, Mark ultimately gets to decide this, but at the same time, my feeling on this stuff is that I don't like it when you have a build choice that results in more inventory space, because that kind of thing like leads to sort of weird incentives that I don't really love. Like, it's like if you have to, it's like if I have to change my build to get more inventory space, that just doesn't feel right to me. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why that is, but like there's various things from games like that where
I do actually agree with that one. Having it be on a class is certainly not the right
That was
answer.
weird.
I also just personally don't think, I think inventory space limitation is a good thing.
Right.
I think that pressure is good, and I don't have a personal problem with playing with it. Obviously, it's nice to always just have more and more and more and more. But I do think that pressure is interesting, and I do think it is important to have pressure on how much you can pick up and leave a map with. Especially after Affliction, I was leaving every map with a full inventory, going like, holy, there's more things I want to take and I can't, and literally there's stacks and stacks of currency on the ground I can't pick up. But I think that is healthy and good, and it makes you make the good decisions.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think this was actually about the space. The reason why everyone loved the rucksack was that it was a separate space that allowed it to be much easier to manage things like your map rolling currency and your scrolls and just that random shit that fills up and clutters your inventory that you constantly have to deal with when you're shifting stuff over to back and forth your stash. There's a real problem there, a quality of life problem that the rucksack inadvertently addressed, and that's why people loved it, I think.
Fair enough. There are some... Well, at least, okay, so if that is say the problem of rolling maps, for example, like, there are better solutions to that, I would say, which is like, again, I hate talking about this because now everyone's going to want it, and it like makes it sound like it's certainly going to happen, and it isn't necessarily. But like, surely a like inventory attached to your map device that you can open that like contains your fragments and whatnot.
I guess you can't put stuff in it and meet like from the map when you pick it up, I guess. Like, I guess
from the map, sure, but if they're just talking about like, the whole
doing like
bringing a
game
bunch
dev
into
on
roll all your
stream right
maps
now.
and, like, I don't know. There's
not
more
quite-
to
it's not
discuss, but
quite- it's not quite the
I
same.
saw this one on the old quality of life bingo sheet that was there, and I have been thinking about trying to find ways to solve that one, and so I'm hoping that we can find some way to either mitigate or solve that one in the future. Again, no promises, but we might come up with something.
Yeah, I can see there being another solution, and I'd be fine with that because to me it's not the fact about getting the more inventory.
Yeah, it's
space,
actually a pretty
about
good
solving
combo.
that quality of life
Legit.
issue. So if there's another solution, I'm here for
I
it.
still want patch notes.
Yeah, probably
come
is.
on,
It's
dude.
just whether or not we can do it and whether or not we can come up with it in a reasonable
Oh,
time.
we're hitting time, dude. Like it's been
all a resources game at
been
the end
almost
of
2
the day.
hours,
So,
brother.
look, I am keeping an eye on those bingo sheets. I am quite I'm tactically picking the ones so that we can't complete the bingo can't be completed.
True.
Not actually, but one thing that is important with a lot of these quality of life, we are actually, especially with PoE2's development, we are looking at a lot of these things which have been hard nosed and really reevaluating, and it's like.
I think PoE2 really has
cool.
but just because as well, I think as well, just watching new player experience videos and things like that, and just looking at all the stuff that people are doing, and it's kind of it's really another shot at looking at all that really core stuff again and thinking about it. And we just don't often think about some of that stuff very often because it's been there for so long. And then, just having a chance to really reevaluate everything really then starts to make you think, well, why is PoE1 even like this?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes ends up making those changes.
We on Path of Exile 2, obviously you have I maybe shouldn't spoil this, but I'm going to. We have on Path of Exile 2, we obviously have no more portal scrolls. And I'm not saying that we're doing that in PoE1 just yet. However, well, I say just yet, maybe ever. But however, in PoE1, what we are adding is, and it's come from the bingo sheet, is a bind key to just instantly open a portal that you can bind, and you don't now have to open your inventory to do it. I think having to open your inventory during a boss fight or something
is that coming now?
Look, with pausing, that's kind of more acceptable because you can now pause, use the portal, and you don't risk danger. But messing around with that in the midst of combat is not something that you should really have to be doing. And the changes to PoE2 portals is what really made us reevaluate that. So yes, in 324, I'll do the classic video probably after this or next week or some with us actually showing how it works. There will be a bind for instantly opening a portal, assuming you have a portal scroll in your inventory.
Go.
Yeah, love to hear it. All right,
down, dude.
That's fantastic.
Cool.
There's been another thing that's been mentioned a lot in chat, which is, do you have any brief comments on the state of some of the lesser used ascendancies, like Gladiator, for example? Any potential
Dude, he's
reworks or
actually
improvements
asking
coming to them?
good questions. Holy.
I certainly want to. I always love doing that. And last time, obviously, with Chieftain, we missed the mark. But now during Affliction with the League meta, obviously Chieftain grew into fit a little bit with the Fulcrum and whatnot. So, it's kind of interesting that last live stream we discussed that one not really hitting where we want, and now it's got a lot more uses, and maybe this coming League it'll have a lot less uses. We'll see. It's quite fun how the League changes what people play. However, yes, Ascendancy class balances are nice. Effectively, we just have to, again, look at what resources we have and decide how much we can do and where we want to target it. We have a big discussion towards the end of each League development and think, what are we going to do next? Look at the problems, look at what we want to do. And we have a list that's bigger than we can do. And often those things are on that list and we have to weigh, are we going to do option A or option B? And sometimes balancing an Ascendancy class is overall less gain for the players than something else we want to do. Like, if you would rather multiple Atlas trees and or a Gladiator rebalance, I would hope to think the majority of people are going to be picking the Atlas tree feature. Maybe not everyone, but again, it's better for the mass.
Gladiator
and thus,
rebalance,
that is what we do.
multiple Atlas.
Yeah,
that's
it is
a hard one,
resourcing
dude. I'm gonna be
issue
honest
at the
with
end
you.
of the
That's
day.
a hard
You
one.
can only do so much with what you have, but we do a lot. Like,
That's
don't get
a
me
hard
wrong.
one, dude.
But yes, we would get there eventually. It will come up in one of the things, and it is something that we will commit to.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to wrap up Path of Exile 1 Q&A now. Thanks for the very long discussion session.
Forever,
I feel like we
dude.
could chat about a lot of this stuff all day. Another thing I could
All
talk
right, now we
about
can
all
log
day
out, right?
is Path of Exile 2. We're going to now be talking about Path of Exile 2, both the new reveals from today and some broader questions also. So let's dive into it. The star of the show today was the Ranger, which I had the pleasure of playing at the for a few hours myself, and it really showcases how much the impact of the WASD changes, that movement system has had on the overall design of the game and skills. And I imagine now you've just like gone back and had to look at a bunch of different skills and think, how do we change this now to move?
And honestly, it wouldn't be incorrect to say that the WASD change is partly responsible for the delay of PoE2 in some ways.
I thought so.
Because after we changed that, it's like, oh geez, like, and it's like I almost knew this would even. It's like as soon as I was like playing it, I'm like, oh man, like there's gonna be so many things people are gonna want from this. And it's like, yeah, like you do something like that, and then now every class has to change a lot. And we haven't, I think, even yet still fully explored all the implications of that around for some of the different classes. So like, yeah, it's just changed a huge amount. And the thing is, as we look at each class again, it's like, well, like, so we at the demo we did in LA, which we didn't show here on stream, by the way, but there'll be footage of it coming out from the.
I mean, do you think it's a bad thing for the lead
we
like,
also showed
dev
the fact
of
that when we
PoE2 to
went
not
back
be
to the
super
Warrior
excited
again,
about it?
which is a class we already showed.
He seems super
and
excited.
then
That's great.
We're looking like we're playing around with WSD for Melee. We kind of like immediately kind of had this like feeling of like, oh, now that we've got like facing direction being a thing. We'll be able to have active block now because you can choose your facing direction. You can have a button to raise your shield up, and that will mean that that feels good with WSD too. So like that's another example of just like you add this, you go to another existing class, like oh man, now we could have this, and then go to another class and oh man, we could have this, and like it's just kind of turned into this giant mountain of
2026 boys, easy
repercussions for everything. So yeah, it's been a bit crazy.
It seems like it's a really good option now for you to distinguish the classes and the skills further now too, because you can have like the slippery, elusive ranger where nearly all of its skills can be shot while moving, or you have the warrior where nearly everything is a bit more stationary, a bit more explosive in that regard.
Listen, gamer.
Have you found that?
I don't know that
What's
I wouldn't. I don't know that I'd say that the
By
warrior is particularly
Shigeru
stationary because every skill has movement in it.
Miyamoto.
But what it does have is the fact that, and the other thing as well is you don't lose control of your character either, even while you're moving. It's just that you're more.
A delayed game is
but it certainly
eventually
is dangerous when
good,
you've
but
got
a
slower
rushed
skill,
game
even
is
when it's moving a
forever
bit. Like, so that
bad.
double, sorry, it's called rolling slam now. The rolling slam skill, like you have to choose when to use that, and that is definitely a feature of the warrior that for the ranger you don't feel the same way, right? Like on the ranger you can definitely just kind
They
of
can't
like
test stuff in
you feel
PoE1
very
because
free
it's
to
just a
move around all the
fundamentally
time.
different game. It's not even coded the
so
same.
like that is a hugely different feel. But at the same time, we always want to make sure that there's that
It's
feeling
not
of like
just
I've
so
still
simple
got
as
control
just
of my
like
character. I can still do what I
implement
need
and
to
go,
do.
right?
So even when you've got like the sort of slower attacks on
Stuff doesn't even work the same way because of the like the
there's
base
still, like, a
character
feeling of
rigs.
control, or at least ideally there should be. Yeah, like that's I guess that's sort of ultimately really important to me. You just never feel like you're losing control of your character.
How does the fact that like you'll have these differences in
How can they
movements
test the idea if
between
it
different skills
doesn't
and
work in the
potentially
game?
builds affect things like boss and monster design, and how do you like balance against classes that do have to stop a bit more?
This is the other big thing is that like I tell Mark, hey, we're adding this now, and he's like, oh my god, we have to go through all the monsters again.
It was like it was dodge roll, and then it's
Q&A.
like, oh no, like,
This is like
we have to go
insanely
through
long
and make
Q&A.
sure like every monster, every skill, everything we have to go, can you be dodge rolled or can you not be dodge rolled?
Right.
And we have to make that decision. And then it's like, finally we got through all of them. Oh, and here's active block. I'm like, oh no.
So yeah, because we've added now an indicator on attacks that implies they're unblockable. That means they're unblockable. But also, all the bosses have to make sure that there's the right ratio of blockable to unblockable attacks.
And there's a few things you cannot get wrong. You cannot have the AoE look like one thing and it is actually another thing. Very bad. If you have a telegraph or anything and it looks like it's going to do a 20 radius and it does 30 radius and damage, people will immediately, even on one boss, people will be like, this game has bad hitboxes and blah, blah, blah. And then the other thing is if you all of a sudden are using active block and a skill that you think should be blockable isn't blockable and we don't like telegraph that properly, again, you'll have the same problem where you now don't trust that feature throughout the whole game. So it's like, not only do you have to get it right, you have to be ultra meticulous with it and just be like, should this be blockable? Should this not be blockable?
Like other games in the ARPG genre is just like, fuck it, just throw the shit in. If it's wrong, we'll fix it later.
50% of people will think it is so. And so, yeah, holy, the amount of times you have to go through all those monsters and change everything is not low.
But then even with like moving while shooting on the Ranger, Like, because then once again you need to make sure the monster composition of each area has monsters that can catch up to you and hurt you even while you're moving, which is actually a little bit more complicated than initially seems, because just even the smallest amount of movement, like depending on what the monster attack times are, will cause you to not get hit. So then there's like a whole bunch of tweaking you have to do there as well.
There's a lot more monsters that have a kind of step or lunge attack as well to counteract this now.
Right.
So when they run up to you for the first time, in order to maintain momentum, the same thing the player does, they leap forward and attack, and that has the capacity to hit a moving target. But even projectiles on bosses, it's like, if you are moving just a tiny bit, like a projectile's going to miss. And so now you have to think, okay, should it have predictive firing? Or do we just have to increase the speed enough? Like,
we've added tracking to way more boss abilities. That like, so the tracking has to be way tighter. So like with even with the first boss, we had to upgrade the tracking to like to target you so that you have to dodge roll way towards the end of the attack,
dude.
Because then the moment you've got moving while shooting
Hellrick's
on
ability
one class,
feels terrible to dodge. I hate it.
That class can was just trivially moving away from that ability. So suddenly the boss tracking has to get an upgrade, and like everyone kind of has this thing, but the repercussions have just been immense. But I think it is worth it.
It feels so much cooler and so much better when we get that right. Like 100%. Yeah.
That was going to be my response. Like with the hands-on, like the boss fights, they feel incredible. And I noticed what you said, where you have to you really have to get good at skilling the dodge, because it needs to be right before it goes off, not like the early dodge, which is something I'm much more used to doing. And in Path of Exile 1, you only get hit when you stop moving, so I can see how that was like an issue here.
We are certainly getting away from the just run in circles for 99% safety. And I think that is an absolutely amazing thing. You still kind of run in circles just because you do dodge generally in one
but I like running in circles, dude.
But like, it's not just I am 100% safe while
PoE.
doing orbits around monsters or a boss.
You're not
there's a lot less of that,
safe,
which again makes everything
like
just feel
70.
way more engaging, and you can't just. I mean, if you want to pause, you don't need to run in circles now. You can just pause and take a breather.
I know this is like blown out the beta dates for you, and it's been a lot of work, but the net result here should be far, far better.
Well, I certainly think so. Like, it's just like I felt really bad about missing that deadline, but it's like at the end of the day, like if we have found a game that is better than the one we were making before, then we have to make that game instead of what we were making before, like regardless of if it pushes the date out. So like that's ultimately,
I feel that, dude.
I think, and like to be fair, it wasn't just that. Like there has certainly when we came to do polish, and it's interesting actually going back in. So it's been so long since we really polished the start of a game before. Like, and it's weird bringing back all the memories of what we actually did back in the early days of PoE1 that I'd actually totally forgotten about, like all the little details about actually doing that again. It's like, it's actually kind of really interesting going back again and doing it. But I had forgotten what it takes to get the start of a game to feel good. And like, it took longer to get Act 1 to a right state than we expected. The annoying part about it, especially, is that we kind of only really realized this as we had kind of, I would say probably like a month and a half ago, that this wasn't going to happen in time. And we had already like booked in everything for the event that you went to, and then now we were like in this like ultra crunch scramble of like, we have to get this to be good enough for all of these influencers who are going to be playing.
They were going to do it to all the
game,
acts,
recording
but,
and so on. And
it was universally hated.
And I think that even what we delivered there, like even though I think like it was great if you played in a similar way to what we have been, or things like that, like there were actually some balance holes you could fall into that meant you had a really bad time. And I do worry that some people kind of fell into those holes and just didn't end up.
I feel bad for this guy
because of that. And
they can't slack off at work, dude. They actually have to sit there and just work because they're on camera. Unlucky.
There was way more variance in the experience than I was hoping for. Like some, as I said, just some people just like ended up with the like not finding good items, like not find or just like the skills they happened to pick, the combinations that were like ones that just didn't like work as well as others and things like that. And so that's a bit unfortunate. But if you did have the good experience, I think that like there were certainly people there who got the experience we wanted to show them, and it's really good to see that anyway. So hopefully you were one of the people who sort of found that you had some good stuff going on. But I'm obviously very interested to hear more about your feedback in particular.
Yeah, that's the interesting question I kind of have from this is that, like, there's no doubt this is a very difficult game. Path of Exile 2 is very challenging, but myself and a lot of the other creators I talked to really like enjoyed the way that the difficulty was done, and especially the boss fights I felt were incredible. I really, really enjoyed them, but it was very easy to see people who didn't have such a good time. And like, where do you want to try and get this game? Like, and how do you balance these two things?
It is very hard, and I think that it's especially hard due to the fact that because the bosses have learnable mechanics, like it's hard for me to go and have an objective like play session on another class because I already know the boss, and so like that means that to actually find out, I have to watch people play who haven't played before, like play again, and that makes it really, really hard. So like even like I will. If the mechanics of the boss gets changed, I will then I will be dying, and like I think that's great. But once I'm no longer dying anymore, that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't still things that other people are gonna have trouble like learning or doing. But I think the worst one is that and that I think people ran into here as well, is that there's something about the item system in PoE 2 now that's leading to too much variance. And we're actually, I was discussing with Mark before this what's going on there, because it's not obvious to me yet even why that is. Like the things like the amount of IPD you can get in a weapon and so like that, these are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1. We haven't really changed the mod pool very significantly. So like there's not a lot of changes there, and yet the experience that people are getting with regard to whether their items are good or not seems like the variance seems to be higher. So I need to like find out what's going on with that and like see if I can address it. But I think that what it might end up being is that we have to try it. Like it can be subtle stuff like to do with quest rewards or like what's going on with the shop and things like that. We can give people tools to be able to fix their own itemization problems so they don't fall into the whole like, oh, I just didn't find a weapon, like that kind of problem. Like it really sucks.
I think it's the issue of small sample size, right? Not in terms of the number of players, but in terms of the number of items you're getting. Like there's a scarcity to the items in PoE 2, which overall felt really good, but it does mean that when there's generally a lower number of items dropping,
right.
There's a bit more chance that one player will have a rare bow and the other one will have a white bow.
There's definitely that element, but the hope was that gold would help with that. So that you can use gold to effectively you get to choose your own drop. I don't know how much you engaged with the shop in particular.
I did,
So like knowing to go to the like, 'cause that's the thing. Like in PoE 2, the shops matter a lot more because they actually have good items in them. Like there's like it's like majority blues and above in the shop. Like that sort of helps, but it's like that sort of stuff like but then okay, there's one other thing though that I would say is that and this is another one which I'm not sure about, but it's sort of interesting to me, is that when we've been doing our first time user experience testing, the feedback has not actually been that the difficulty is too high. And I think that might be partly to do with like an expectation calibration, where it's like, because these people in those tests have not played PoE before, they're not expecting anything one way or the other about how difficult of an experience it is. So they, I guess, might be kind of like more fine with the difficulty actually, which seems kind of counterintuitive.
This is just what it is. This is the game.
Like a new player is actually like, oh, the difficulty's fine. Like this is just a difficult game. You know what I mean? Whereas like a PoE 1 player might be like, this is so much harder than PoE 1. Which is like kind of a weird situation that I did not expect before doing this event that we that we just did.
Actually, I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, that's kind of.
If you're coming from someone who plays like
there's
Dark
quite
Souls,
a lot of things there that are going on, but yeah, we really have to get that nailed, and it's going to require, I think, a lot of good alpha testing and things like that as well to make sure that everything there is good.
It might be a thing where it's something you have to approach with a safety net mindset, where you have like things like you mentioned, having some gold so that the safety net can be items from the shop. And another idea that myself and a bunch of the other creators kind of discussed at the event was the idea of like having a slow passive flask charge generation, so that as a safety net, players who are struggling in a boss fight can play defensively and slowly get flasks back that they can use to keep it stay alive.
I mean, I certainly agree that what I don't want to do is a change that will push the top end up as either, because the top end I think is fine. Like you can definitely
I get
feel
it, Star,
powerful
but
if you
like
get,
you're just spamming about how much you hate it.
Like,
Why don't you
there's
like
video footage
stop watching
that,
or something? You can
that
always
I've
see the
seen
patch notes
of
in a little
people
bit.
killing some of the bosses, like still actually just like 10-second boss kills because
Like,
they
this
upgraded
isn't that
like
bad.
to
We're getting a lot of pretty good
their
information. I
bow
kind of
or-
like the
or-
discussion. I
or
would like
mace
the
or
patch
whatever
notes,
to
but
like
it's not
something
like it's
like
bad.
with an alk that was very juicy and like things like that going on. So the top end is still absolutely possible to like really annihilate shit. But it's that bottom end, like people falling into holes, that that I'm concerned about right now.
Addicted to
It's a fascinating
PoEers is a really
design
good
problem
looking
to
league.
approach.
I don't know yet, dude. We'll
this
see.
with Path of Exile 2, and I'm super interested in seeing how you guys have been evolving it and will continue to evolve it. Something I also noticed about like difficulty was, and it certainly came up at ExileCon, was the issue of stuns, getting stunned by monsters, just how brutal they can be. I felt like it was definitely better here. I don't know if it was just me getting better or if you guys
changes were made, so it should have been better.
Okay. But it still was something that the thing that stood out to me the most was like getting stunned while mid-air using escape shot on the ranger. And
that should not be the case. There should be iframes in that skill, certainly.
Okay, so
yeah,
I think that might not quite right.
We did have a discussion recently where a number of those like jumping skills should effectively be kind of considered dodge rolling.
Yeah, it needs. We need to add it.
It can just get a bit abusive because you can just be like jump, 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 and it. So we need to figure something out with that just to make sure it's not like
Well, that was my question actually. Was like, these skills, have you considered the idea of them having like when you are winding up you can be stunned, and when you're like winding down you can be stunned, but while you're in the air,
there's a short window in there, so that you don't feel like, well, you're literally like 5 meters in the air.
That'd be good.
You're getting hit.
It looked a bit weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes it did look quite cool and brutal when like a werewolf would do this like lunging attack and swat me out of the air. I was like,
I like this conversation, but I just don't feel like
when you're 1 meter in the air, you can still get hit.
I feel like they're going a little bit too granular here. Like,
it also looks a bit silly. It also looks a bit silly when you get frozen.
This is something that I always notice happened whenever I go on like podcasts and stuff. Is I kind of I always feel like I have to be the one that like keeps the conversation moving to the next topic and going on and like getting to the important stuff, because it just gets a little bit too granular. I like this stuff, but this just may not be the time for it, realistically.
Have we even shown any areas with subscenes yet? I guess we might not have.
Uh-oh.
I'm not too sure.
There are multi-story dungeons and that where you can see from one floor to the other in PoE 2. I don't know if we even showed that anywhere, but anyway, whatever.
That's kind of cool.
So it's certainly a shame about the delayed beta, though. It's pretty understandable given it's not like you hear about the idea of like feature creep in a lot of game design, but here it's kind of the opposite, where it's like core game design creep. Right. It's like you guys have discovered things that you want to do way more impressively with the core game, right? But for looking forward to the beta, what will the beta end up looking like? Actually, I've been curious about this. Will it be like a full campaign, a partial campaign? Will there be end game?
Yep.
All that? Yeah.
So okay, look, the intention here is that there's no point getting feedback on something. Well, I suppose it's entirely true given what we just did. But if the game isn't if I don't think it's good, there's no really a lot of point getting feedback from other players. And so what I'm saying with that is that what I'm really going for here is when we release the game, I want it to feel like I think it's a complete game from end to end and that it's a great experience. And then at that point, we get players to try it and see. I think that betaing just like one act or something, the only value that you could have in that is something like a load test or something like that. But I don't think you can actually get proper feedback for the whole game. So to me, you have to have the whole game. Maybe we don't have to have every single class, but I definitely think you have to have at least the campaign and the end game there. True. Now in the beta, what we won't have is so we'll have an end game in the beta, but it won't include all the end game content that the final game will have. But it will have an end game because you need that in order to be able to test the economy properly and so on, right? We need to know what happens when people get to max level and all of that other stuff. That has to be there. So I want that game to certainly the beta should feel like here is a full game. I could have just I could have just bought this as a new release and that and it would feel that good. But of course the main thing is that we need to be able to the reason why we'll call it a beta is because we need to be able to still make balance changes and be free with that, right? Because if we couldn't do that, then that would kind of defeat the purpose. So we absolutely need to have
Seems fair.
the freedom to
I like
still
that.
make balance changes after that point. But it should still feel like the complete game. You know, like this is the game, right? You know, sure, maybe it's missing a couple of classes, but it's that is the game with everything there you'd expect from a full game to have.
Seems reasonable.
That's good to hear, because like I think the difficulty with giving feedback after ExileCon was that they were pre-built characters, and that kind of misses the point of the game, because character building is such a big part of the game, right? With this event,
and this is the reason why we want to do the LA event and actually get
Yeah.
people like yourself to really try that. Once again, we got some really interesting information from that, like looking at that, because there were more holes than I expected. So there's clearly more work to do there.
We got to build characters, and you got to see stuff that you didn't expect. Like
for sure,
used in ways you didn't expect and stuff.
For sure.
That was pretty cool. You're like, oh, I didn't think anyone would use that skill that way.
Well, the one that was the most annoying, that was a total mistake, was the crossbow. Like there was some balance on the crossbows that was like left in there from when we did the Act 5 demo, where like it was just like, and then that all just kind of like fell back all the way to Act 1, and then people forgot to like actually balance that properly again. And the reason why is because like we didn't even the crossbows have their own skills built in, and the balance of those was not really correctly working with all of the regular scaling that we do for other weapon types.
I thought
so someone found one of those and then just proceeded to shotgun all the bosses down in like 5 hits.
Default attack the bosses with crossbows.
When I saw that, I was like, oh my god, this was not how this was supposed to go. So there was a few mistakes like that in there as well.
Yeah, these things happen. These things happen. So I think people are immensely curious about seeing endgame. We haven't seen any real endgame for this yet. What is it going to look like? What a character build's going to look like?
This is what happens when Bex isn't here going, come on.
Is this something you can speak on or show?
Let's go.
I mean, we will definitely have to be showing it soon, but I think that
we can
a
see
lot
the
of it comes
damage that
down
has
to
been
when
caused from her
we're finally
absence.
able to really play through the whole game legit and like, you know, and get there, because you just need to make sure that you're feeling the power progression as you go through the game going up and up. One thing that we haven't really been showing a lot until the Ranger demo just now was actually using support gems. Like we just haven't really been showing too much of it. And in the Ranger there, we finally showed like a couple there, but that certainly was not like a full 6 links for everything, which is what it's going to be in endgame. Even just with like in the Ranger demo there, when you started to add like multi-proj and chain to a couple of things, you start to see the kind of like, you know, crazy power that you expect to see from PoE. And so it will certainly go even crazier than that. I guess what's harder to say is, okay, like I don't want it to be just like the whole screen is covered to the point where you can tell you can see nothing about what is going on.
That's my favorite,
like it needs to still be like,
I love that.
You know,
have you played with explosive
just from a
trap of
visibility
shrapnel?
perspective, it needs to look reasonable, even if you are like, you know, covering the screen in lightning explosions. There still needs to be some understanding of what the hell is actually happening. Like we want the feeling of power, like you want that fantasy of like I'm becoming a god. But we also need to try and make it so that there's still like some level of counterplay and interest in using different skills and like having a good time with the boss, even while you're feeling that way. And so that is the challenge, and that, you know, that's what we have to try and hit.
I look forward to seeing how it plays out, because if I have any fear, it's actually that like you lose some of that impactful moment-to-moment gameplay that you're actually starting to capture with the earlier stages of the game.
Yes. Well, that is a concern, and what I want to try and not have. Like, I do want the boss fights to still feel very engaging, and I still even want, like, even in maps, I still want it so that there are sometimes white monsters where you're like, I have to do a bit of counterplay against this. Like, you know, that to happen just sometimes. Not all the time, but just sometimes that can kind of happen.
It harkens back to like the earlier days of Path of Exile, where just devourers were scary, right? Like the monster type devourers were scary.
White monsters.
And I felt that with like the werewolves in this one. The werewolves are just scary. They're fast, man.
Well, my favorite monster right now in the demo, you know, the Eternal. I don't know if you fought against them or remember them, but the Eternal Knights in the Mausoleum and Tomb are the ones that have a shield, that they're just walking forward with a shield up. And if you hit them, then they shoot a projectile back at you. And so you have to
that's how
find a
that
way.
worked.
Yeah. So you have to find a way to kind of attack them without attacking them from the front, because they've got 100% block there. So you either attack them with an AoE skill from behind, or attack them from above, or like use a degen or something like that. There's like some kind of counterplay there. And as soon as I fought one of those, because I actually had not known that Mark was adding that mechanic to that monster. And as soon as I fought that, I like messaged him like, man, that monster is so cool. Like it's just really cool to sometimes have monsters like that just like you're like, oh shit, I have to think for a second, you know. I'm a fan.
So specifically in that case, you when something is blocking, they still take stun damage, so they can still get
stun them. You can stun them out of it.
Good.
But you can also walk up to them and they start attacking, and then walk back and then attack them.
And then he'll have a moment in his animation where the shield goes more out like that, and then the blocking is disabled.
Right.
I did not figure that out.
Yeah. But also, if you use lightning arrows, you can like AoE them from behind, or like there's the poison burst, which will poison the guy even though he didn't take damage from the hit. And like there's so many ways, but it's like kind of interesting to have stuff like that.
Yeah. People noted the poison on the live globe. Is there other like display of these sorts of effects on characters?
I do want to do more of those. That was added really recently, and it was weirdly cool. Like I didn't expect that change to matter as much as it mattered. But it actually really does, and having more visibility for those different effects is really important. So
I've really enjoyed the
like,
conversation. This just feels more like an interview
for shock and ignite
or something, rather than like
like
a
that.
Q&A about
bleeding being a
PoE and
one
like the new league and all that kind of stuff,
good
right?
To have more visibility
I like this. This is a good discussion.
Absolutely. I mean, increasing visibility of those mechanics, I think, is super
maybe
important.
Not the time for it.
So yeah, like we'll definitely do more of that, and I don't think we've exploited like the UI to the degree that we could have before. So like just that simple, just make the life orb green when you're poisoning something. Just it's weird how much
it's like we've lost.
So
I also noticed
so many viewers on the main stream at this point.
Yeah, like
they're almost all gone.
Like a shield if they were protected or whatever by certain
compared to what it started with.
And I want to do even better. Like I noticed
maybe they don't want people to see the patch notes.
I think there's more we can do around like feedback for when the
I just want to be able to make my video about the patch notes so I can go to bed soon.
There's just tons of stuff that we should do better
hours, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, GGG.
Yeah, as I said, these little tweaks, they matter a lot, so it's cool.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to both of you.
We're
Thank you
good.
very much for your extended time for the Q&A. I know people are eager to go check out the patch notes and also all of the content that's released from the LA as that embargo
Ziggy
is up
saves
now.
us.
So,
all right, so hopefully people are watching videos and and seeing what's going on.
So we will say see you later then, and thanks very much for watching, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Yeah. See you later.
See ya.
All
right. And now we refresh. I gotta make sure that I'm one of the first ones to get in on the patch notes. Forum, index, patch notes. I gotta be one of the first ones to see it because the website goes down. Like when the patch notes start, here it is. Okay. Control F, kinetic bolt of fragmentation. Ooh, wow. No longer has increases in reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage from this skill at 200% of their value. They also took out the 50% from there, and it lost 15% damage effectiveness. Huh. How much does that kill it? That's actually not as big as I expected it to be. It's not as big as I expected it to be. It is a big nerf. Let's see. Quality now causes projectiles to change directions +1 time. It doesn't kill it because you still have the you still have this. Like you still have the node that causes increases and reductions to spell damage to apply to it. It's just not as good as it used to be, obviously, right? Like you have what? It's not half, but it's like 35 to 45% of the spell damage now. And it did lose some damage as well. But it was already doing an insane amount of damage. The thing I'm curious about is what is this new... Oh, let's see what else. Penance, brand. All right, so they nerfed how often it procs Does 15% less effectiveness of added damage. Its top end damage was reduced by a lot. Pulse damage was reduced by half. Whew. That's pretty insane, dude. All right, there's a new kinetic blast, right? Added transfigured versions. Oh, we're not going to hear about the kinetic blast one. Okay. Okay, ascendancy changes. We know about that. All right, so kinetic bolt of fragmentation. Search Ralakesh. Oh. That's pretty good, dude. Tornado shot. Ooh. Ooh. Tornado shot has an attack speed multiplier of 8. Dude, it got turned into a melee gem. Tornado shot got turned into a melee gem, dude. They were upset about this ability, bro. That's hilarious. Ooh, that's actually pretty hilarious, dude. What else does it do? Now it's a mana cost of 10, scaling up to 12, so mana cost is higher. Oh, the +1 secondary projectile is gone. Yo, it's just gone. There's no source of it anymore. Oh shit, dude. Good night, sweet prince. You will not be missed. I'm curious to see what this new support gem is, though. Monster life increases in tier 17 maps no longer apply to the life of corpses in those maps. Interesting. Yo, they buffed Absolution of Inspiring. That's pretty cool. Archmage. Wait a second. Hold up. Oh, dude. Archmage support can no longer support brand or orb skills. Oh, dude. That's so sad, dude. We lost all of the work of the saga. Dude, the Netflix special saga. All of that work for nothing. That's unfortunate, dude. That's so unfortunate for him. That's so unfortunate for him, dude. No longer has supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 75% of mana cost. Mana cost is not higher. Or supported skills have base mana cost equal to 5%. It now has supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 10% of unreserved maximum mana, up to 19 at level 20. It also has supported skills have mana cost equal to 5% of unreserved mana. So you can't scale mana cost with it anymore? That's a pretty big buff, but like, I think? So now you scale just max like less Indigon synergy? Oh. Unlucky, dude. All right, let's look at what else is in here. They buffed Blade Blast of Dagger Detonation. Ball lightning of static can no longer be used by totems. Dude, they didn't like this ability being able to be used. Wow. They were super upset about that, man. Blade Trap of Great Swords got buffed a little bit. Link Arrow of Prismatic Clones. Cleave of Rage. Essence Strain of Desperate, don't care. Explosive Kunga, don't care. Explosive Trap of Shrapnel. Now has 140% effectiveness of added damage. Now deals 5 to 8 damage. Explosive Trap of Shrapnel got like a pretty big buff, didn't it? Wait. Well, no, it didn't. The base secondary radius is now 2.4 meters at gem level 1. So it got okay, we got to actually look at this. The problem here is that I don't know which one is which. So the secondary area... So throws a trap that creates an explosion when triggered, dealing spell damage in an area around it. A number of smaller explosions occur within a secondary area around the trap in quick succession after the first. The base secondary radius is now smaller. So that's a buff to single target. But the base smaller explosion radius is also smaller by a lot, actually. This is... I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think this is a buff. But I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really know. It seems like it's a big nerf to clear, but maybe it's a small buff to single target. I'm not sure. Exsanguinative Transmission got buffed, but this was kind of weird anyways. Yo, Firestorm of Pelting got buffed. I might work on, honestly, since tattoos are back, I might work on Firestorm of Pelting. Like, we might work on a Firestorm build, because the Firestorm build should work now. It has everything. Tattoos are back, which was the main thing we lost that made that work, right? So maybe we work on a Firestorm of Pelting build. I don't know if I could make it good enough for League start, but... let's see. Yo, Flicker Strike of Power got buffed, dude. Normal Frostblink got buffed. This spell's cast time is added to its cooldown if oh. That build got destroyed, dude. Unlucky. General's Cry now has a cooldown time of 3 seconds at all gem levels. That's a 25% overall damage buff. Lancing Steel of Spraying got nerfed. This was what you used for cast on crit, right? I think. How much does this matter though? What's the difference between 8 and 10, right? This is what Rue was using on cast on crit, right? I don't know how big of a nerf this is. Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading. It was already kind of bad, so I don't know how I feel about that. Power Siphon of the Archmage now deals damage equal to maximum mana. Rain of Arrows of Artillery got buffed. Did it get fixed? Did the other thing get fixed? Raise Specters of Transience, now you can have 6 of them. Zombies created are no longer usable by detonate the what? Sniper's Mark nerf? Oh shit, I didn't look at Sniper's Mark. Yo, Sniper's Mark nerf is huge. Okay, this actually kills. Yeah, no, that actually kills Kinetic Bolt for sure. That's like that's huge. Holy. Because going from 5 to 2, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, dude. Yep. I knew this was on the list. This was much more likely to kill the build. And yeah, it doesn't scale with effect anymore. Well... you'd have to get 100% to have 4. So you could still scale effect, right? Like this should still scale with effect, yeah? But it's not going to be even close to as much. Yeah, this is a massive nerf. Whoa! Summon Raging Spirits. The Raging Spirits melee attack no longer naturally gains 38% more damage as it levels. Yo, what? Holy! They killed that ability, brother. Huh. Alright, SRS Guardian potentially dumpstered. Okay. Oh, this is pretty rough. Where's the buffs? They buffed quite a bit of stuff in here, and we still haven't seen the new T-gems. Stormbrand of Indecision. Oh yeah, this got nerfed pretty hard too. Let's go back through the list again real quick. So this got buffed. This doesn't work. Quality of static. Okay, let's go back and actually look at everything. This is pretty huge. These are some pretty big changes, dude. The following uniques have been added to the core drop pool. So that's just the stuff from Affliction. Sacred Wisps. Support attack skills that can be used with wands. Supported skills can only be used with wands. Cannot support vol skills, minion skills, movement skills, or skills used by totems, traps, or mines. Summon Sacred Wisp is triggered by supported skills to summon Sacred Wisp, was use the triggering skill when you do. What? Summon Sacred Wisps is triggered by supported skills to summon Sacred Wisps, which use the triggering skill when you do. I wonder how good this is. Because, like, I have to wonder, right? Like, what's the damage multiplier on it? So, Sniper's Mark absolutely dumpstered, right? Like, absolutely just 100% killed. So, no more Sniper's Mark, not gonna happen. So, well, I mean, it's still damage. I'm curious to see. Let's do this. So, Connect Bolt to Fragmentation, put in the garbage. What would be the final link? If I was using a 6-link, what's the final link? Lightning Pen? Do I have Lightning Pen sitting around? Let's awaken Lightning Pen. Where's my Lightning Pen, dude? Don't I have a normal Lightning Pen sitting around somewhere? I thought I did. Where is my normal light? It's gotta be somewhere. Oh, it's literally in my fucking inventory because I'm blind. Alright. So no more Sniper's Mark. Let's look at Assassin's Mark. Do I have an Assassin's Mark around here somewhere? I could also do Warlord's Mark. Okay, so Assassin's Mark. That in there. Let's see how this goes. I'm curious. I also want to see what the new Kinetic Blast gem is. Let's see. Map. Let's just do like a Dunes. Okay, less effective curses, reduced damage from that's pretty annoying. Extra damage is an energy shield. Yeah, sure, whatever. Alright, let's see. Let us see. What does Assassin's Mark feel like? I mean, that's not as bad as I expected it to be. This is still with shit gear. Alright, here's the true test. That's a lot less damage though. Yeah, that's a lot less damage. Those are like crazy wisps though, or crazy essences though. The not crazy essence mobs don't do as much, but yeah, that is a lot less damage. But for like general clear, and even on like normal rare mobs, it doesn't seem too bad, but like a big crazy juiced up mob. Yeah, see like these mobs?
This trial may be the one that brings about your defeat.
I mean, it's also not terrible. Those were just some like really super tanky mobs, to be fair. There was a bunch of gems buffed as well, yeah, but there was a lot of stuff nerfed. Like, Guardian, the SRS got nerfed pretty hard. Yeah, these mobs are just kind of insane, dude. Anything done to zombies? I'm not 100% certain, to be honest with you. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. This isn't that terrible. Because, like, seeing as I'm on, like, the shit gear, and I'm not even on the good gear, and we can just swap over to being a little bit more focused on kinetic blast, this isn't as bad as I expected it to be. Because now we're using Assassin's Mark, which scales really well with our crit. But the single target damage is definitely lower. Is it good enough? Kinetic Blast didn't get changed, right? Because I'm not using Sniper's Mark anymore. You already know which build guides to make? I have no plans at the moment because everything that I was gonna make got nerfed into the ground. Got the gem that could help with single target? Yeah, that's what I saw as well. So I'm curious. Oh my god, dude. Oh, they're forcing me to half health, which means that these are just gonna fucking kill me. Oh, do we want point blank then? Far shot might actually just be bad. Far shot's good for clear. Yeah, I can't really kill these though. Like, these things will just destroy me. They're Soul Eater, prevent recovery. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, to be honest with you. They're Soul Eater. They're big and spooky. Like, I can just sit here and die. Yeah, see. So now it doesn't really make sense to go the mark effect stuff. So we drop this and we just come over here. Do we scale more crit? You have Far Shot on now? Yeah, I do have Far Shot, but like, what do you take? You take wind, like, do you take Wind Ward? Like, I don't think you take Ricochet. Maybe you do. I don't know. For single target, it definitely seems like point blank would be better. Returning projectiles is not necessarily better either. It's probably still really good, but it's not necessarily the best. Let's see. Let's keep looking at patch notes. I think there's some potential there still, but I'm not 100% certain. So let's keep going through stuff. And we got automation, call to arms. So we're getting artillery, ballista, elemental hit, ice shot, incinerate. I'm curious what this is. I'm curious to see what this kinetic blast is. Poisonous concoction, summon holy relic, and tornado. This could determine whether or not Wander is good. They can drop from Katarina. So Veiled Chaos Orbs are Veiled Orbs now, and they can drop from Katarina. Any clarification for Detonate? Not that I know of. Falling currency items now have a stack size of 20. Ooh. Exalts, Regals, Divines, Stack Decks, all the extra orbs. Enkindling. Okay, so Enkindling orbs are still around. Instilling, Tainted Exalted Orb, and Eldritch Exalted Orb. Nice. These are the Uber fragments. 14 new unique items. Yeah. The Witch has got audio dialogue for part 2 now, Pog. Okay, so this is about the in-game improvements. Most difficult and rewarding content Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses. Difficulty jump between them was relatively large, so that's why they've added in like the extra stuff, the tier 17s. Whoa, what the hell? There are 5 new tier 17 maps in total. For each of their bosses, an existing unique item has been removed from the core drop pool and now exclusively has a chance to drop from these bosses. The Dark Seer Unique Scepter now has +2 to level of all spell gems, 1 to 2 maximum mana per level, 1 to 2 maximum energy shield per level, and no longer has global damage. Enemies blinded by you have malediction. %10 reduced damage dealt and 10%. Dude, this item's good. Malediction is 10% reduced damage dealt and 10% increased damage taken. Darkseer's good. At level 100 with like the best rolls, it's +2 all spell gems, 200 mana, 200 energy shield, and malediction if you've blind. That's good, dude. The Malakai's Endurance Frenzy and Power Boost from the Malakai's Mark Unique Gloves now give a 10% chance to grant an Endurance Frenzy or Power Charge on hit. Wow. Malakai's Endurance. What else does that have? So it's life, evasion, energy shield, life and energy shield on kill. How does it grant them? 6 seconds in sequence. Charges on hit is a big deal. It's not a small deal, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like charges on hit, especially endurance charges on hit, is not a small deal. So that's good. We know about the Mana Storm Shield. We know about Wraith Lord. Whoa! Yoke of Suffering now has enemies take up to 10% increased damage for each type of ailment. Whoa, for each type of ailment inflicted on them. What did Yoke say before? Said the same thing, but 10% damage, that's big. That's huge. We've also made a few tweaks to the Uber Pinnacle boss fights, so their difficulties are more balanced with one another. Huh. That's frightening. What do you mean? What do you mean? I would like to know the changes that you've made. Hopefully they tell us later, because that's terrifying. That's kind of terrifying. Place 5 of the same fragment in the map device to challenge the relevant Uber Pinnacle boss, and you no longer need to worry about arranging the fragments in the right order. Finally. 5th slot in the map device is now unlocked upon completing a tier 17. Cool. Okay, so this is them removing Sexton and Master Missions and stuff. That's all fine. We know about the Scarab rework. That's all fine. This is pretty cool. We know about Maven invitations. We know about the Atlas tree for the most part. I'm not going to get too deep into the Atlas tree right now because there's a lot of shit there. Essence monoliths in white maps can now spawn up to a maximum tier of Screaming. Okay. While those in yellow and reds can be up to Shrieking. Okay. So you get scarabs from all of these. That's fine. Omens are now offered as ritual rewards. That's good. Yep, we know about that. We know about that. We know about that. Synthesized maps now drop from map bosses in tier 14 and above. They're now level 81. Okay. The unique Cortex synthesized map can no longer drop from Atlas map bosses or be obtained as a reward from other League content. Synthesized map bosses and Maven's Invitation the Forgotten now have a chance to drop a unique Cortex synthesized map. That's a pretty big nerf. Sort of. I mean, it makes running normal synthesized maps at least a little bit more lucrative. Map sub-areas no longer have +1 to area level. Interesting. Alright, did they get rid of anything good? City Square out is pretty bad. Coves out is Mesa out sucks. Racecourse out kind of sucks. Okay. Colton. Defiled Cathedral is back. Oh, Dungeon is back. Log out, dude. Lair is okay. Phantasmagoria is okay. Toxic Sewer is okay. Waterways is good. This is okay. I don't hate this. Yep. Alright, so what do we get from Kirik? Fortune Favors the Brave costs 3 chaos. We even where's Fortune Favors the Brave? Okay, so it was always 3 chaos. Essence is on the map device. That's good. Costs 3. Essence typically costs 2. They buffed some of the costs. They changed some of the costs for some of these. Essence on the map device is good. Heist on the map device is good. Interesting. The Soul Eater buff has been reworked. There is now a maximum number of 45 souls that can be consumed, with each soul providing 5% increased attack and cast speed. For monsters, this buff also provides 2% less damage taken per soul consumed. 1 soul is lost every 0.5 seconds if you've not gained any souls recently. This is good, right? So now it maxes out at 45 and it can't become an unkillable Demon King, right? This like DR thing isn't new, yeah? Ooh, they finally did it. Maximum chance to block attack or spell damage can no longer be raised above 90. We know about the instant stuff. 100% of physical damage converted to chaos damage and 25% chance to apply Wither on hit. Unholy Might's fucking insane. Unholy Might is so crazy now, dude. What the fuck? What are the sources of this? So they said they're getting rid of Extractor Mentis. So Sin's Rebirth. Death's Hand, kind of eh. Broken Faith, you have Unholy Might, well, you have no energy shield. So you'd have to get rid of your energy shield completely? Yeah, I know it's on a cluster. Staff Mastery has a gain Unholy Mind unblock for 3 seconds. This right here, right? Overwhelming Malice. This is pretty insane, dude. That's pretty crazy. Honestly, that's pretty nuts. All right, let's go through this again, just to like double check everything. So Absolution of Inspiring, I actually think this could be pretty good this league. I think there is a chance that this could be pretty good this league. For real. Because Mathel played this and it seemed okay, and 250% of minion damage is pretty good. Like, that's pretty solid. I don't know, this Animate Guardian thing, if that matters. Animate Weapon of Self-Reflection is pretty cool. Archmage support can no longer support brand or orb skills. No longer has supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 75% mana cost. So, with Archmage support now, you just scale maximum mana. You don't actually scale mana cost, which is good. Archmage might actually be pretty good. It's unfortunate for Subtractem that this line is in here, because his build just got completely annihilated, so you have to find something else if he wants to play mana skill. But Archmage is actually seemingly pretty good now. Because previously there was this kind of problem that you had where you were like scaling mana cost, but mana was also your defensive. So now you're scaling mana cost, or not scaling mana cost, but you're scaling the amount of damage by just the maximum amount of mana you have, instead of scaling the cost. So now you just want as much mana as possible. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ball Lightning of Static Totems, rip. This is just an insane multiplier, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, 675%? Blade Blast of Dagger Detonation? This is just nuts, dude. I still think this is probably gonna be bad. Still think this is probably gonna be bad. Did someone use Scythe? I can't remember if someone used Scythe. Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones, Cleave of Rage. God, dude. Wait. Did Cleave of Rage get nerfed? Is that a nerf? Are you kidding? Was this ability good? Well, Cleave of Rage build guide. I see a Reddit thread and I see like one video from Odilio. That's all I see. I mean, that's not even that big though. Like range skills, I mean, yeah, it's big, but like range skills do more than that, dude. Just doesn't look that good. Or what about the Path of Exile builds? Okay, showcase video. Surely this one will be good, right? 45 million DPS? This is an invitation. Can I see like an Uber boss or something? All right, here's Uber Shaper. What? Why did he like change his flask? Bro, we nerfed this? Really? Okay. Okay, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man, but like this is a bit of a head scratcher if I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, Divine Eye of Holy Lightning got buffed. That's okay. We got more AoE. It's okay, I guess. Dominating Blow of Inspiring, 250, so the same thing as before. Wow, Essence Drain of Desperation now deals 50% more damage over time at all gym levels, but you now lose more life and energy shield. What the hell, dude? 50% more damage they had to buff that ability by. 50%! And it'll probably still be bad. Okay, well. Rock seems to think that Explosive Trap with Shrapnel is probably a buff. I think it probably is. I'm not 100% convinced, but I think it probably is. Yeah, this is like some math shit that you need to do, and I'm not about that. I don't even want to read this if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't know, man. They buffed it. Oh, no, they didn't. Wait, Wait, they didn't buff it. Yeah, it's got way fewer chains, but it does more damage. Got half the amount of chains. Firestorm of Pelting, I think, can be pretty good. I'm probably gonna work on the Firestorm of Pelting. That's probably one of the builds that I'll work on. I want to see. So I'm probably still gonna try to make a Wander, but it's gonna be kind of one of those like, maybe don't play this kind of League Start guides. But we'll work on maybe Firestorm, and we'll work on maybe the new Kinetic Blast if it's halfway decent. We'll see. I'm not 100% certain what we want to do. It's gonna be something I'm gonna need to work on. Call to Arms Keystone. We'll get there. Burning Ground now deals more damage. Flicker Strike of Power, Omega Lull, Frostblades of Catabasis, Omega Lull. Yeah, they changed Frostblink a little bit. Normal Frostblink has more effectiveness of added damage now, and Frostblink of Wintry Blast can't be triggered anymore. Oh, and it got a big damage nerf. Got a huge damage nerf. Holy. Journal's Cry buff. All right, I think we went through most of this, and it's okay. Lightning Arrow of Electrocution. Is Lightning Arrow... Is it gonna be good? Arrows deal damage to final target 3 additional times after sticking in, so now it's 4 times? I'll have to mess with this, but maybe it's good. Voice crack. Penance Brand got hit really hard. I still don't think this makes Lightning Spire Trap of Overloading good. I tested this and it just didn't feel great. Power Siphon of the Archmage is interesting. 24% is a lot more than 17, but Power Siphon is just kind of a bad ability now, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't know why you would ever use this over Kinetic Blast. It just doesn't make sense. So Rain of Arrows of Artillery. I have to see in the bug fixes if this gets fixed or not, but this could be insane, right? Scourge Arrow got nerfed, kind of slightly expected. Shield Crush of the Chieftain got a huge buff, actually. But it lost 10% more damage to close targets. Shrapnel Ballista of Steel. Attack speed's better. Yeah, Sniper's Mark got dumpstered, dude. Sniper's Mark got dumpstered. Spark of Unpredictability got a buff? What's the bug with Rain of Arrows? There's some kind of bug with Rain of Arrows of Artillery if you use it with traps, like with Sunblast, where like every single one of them hits and it's like 4,000% damage effectiveness or something. But I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Spectral Throw Materializing got a pretty big buff. I don't even know what that does. This got nerfed, but I have no idea how it works. I'm not even going to worry about it. Summon Raging Spirits got a big nerf, dude. This got a massive nerf. It was really good before. Is it still playable? I'm not sure. That's a massive nerf. That's a huge nerf. Summon Flame Golem of the Meteor. I kind of wanted to play like a Flame Golem build. So that's kind of curious. They buffed all of them. Summon Skeletons of Archers also got buffed. Will that affect Poison SRS? I have no idea. Probably, though. Tornado Shot got destroyed. This ability just isn't really good anymore, I don't think. I think you just stay Lightning Arrow now, right? You say Lightning Arrow, or you maybe go Rain of Arrows of Artillery. Potentially. That skill is actually kind of good. Unearth got nerfed. Volatile Dead. After reaching the maximum number of orbs at a time, the oldest orbs no longer explode. They are simply killed. Ooh. Volatile Dead got destroyed, dude. Summon Sentinels of Radiance granted by the Guardians Radiant Crusade. Now deals fire damage equal to 20% of life per... Holy shit. Well, Guardian was good for one league. Unlucky, dude. Unless aggression. No longer causes minions to have 10% movement speed, 30% increased damage, 10% more damage, and 20% more maximum life. I mean, I guess that's okay. Bone Barrier. Minions have 40% of life added as an extra energy shield, and 1% of damage dealt by your minions is leached to you as life. Thinking emoji. Okay. The Call to Arms Keystone passive skill has been renamed to Warlord's Call. It now provides Warcries no longer exert attacks, and Warcries also grant their buff to nearby allies. Huh. That's... Are minions allies? They are allies, but not party members. Minions are allies. Oh. So Warcries can now affect your minions. That's pretty good. Added a new energy shield mastery. 50% of your energy shield is added to your stun threshold, which replaces stun threshold is based on... Yo, isn't this like a massive buff for hybrid builds? That seems really good for hybrid builds, and it's still fine for like energy shield builds. Oh, it's a blood notch nerf. Oh, I see. Rip blood notch. I never really used that much anyways, but yeah. Added a new Mind Master, you know about that. Forethought notable passive no longer has 15% mana regen, and now has 30% increased maximum mana. Forethought? Where's Forethought? Foresight. What is Forethought? Why can I not see it? Am I blinding? Where is it? Huh? Here's a Viva. Center? This is Foresight. Oh, it's right here. Okay, sorry. I was getting blinded by this one. So this now has 30% maximum mana instead, and the nodes up to it give 10% increased mana. I guess that's okay. I guess pretty decent. Pretty good. You don't need as much mana regeneration anymore, so... Oh, they changed Dreamer though. Okay, well, it is what it is. Alright, so Ralakesh, this is... Tornado Shot is dead. I don't think you use that ability anymore. This is the strangest change in the entire patch notes. This right here is the weird one, okay? This is the one where I'm kind of just like, huh? So Ralakesh's Impatience no longer provide 30% increased movement speed. I mean, you probably still use those, to be honest with you, but no movement speed kind of sucks. You're probably not going to be moving yourself anymore. The Soul Ascension unique gloves no longer have lose and eat and soul every 3 seconds. Now is eat a soul when you hit a rare unique enemy no more than once every 0.5 seconds. -10 to +10 to max number of eaten souls? Maybe that's okay? Yeah, Lightning Arrow will still be fine. Oh, so Chaotic Might is what's it called was before? Okay. Scrolls of Wisdom can now be used on items that are corrupted. As a result of this, most items that previously dropped identified now drop unidentified. Why though? Oh, this is actually so annoying. Do I have to identify corrupted items now? Why? Is this so that they can't be filtered automatically or something? That's just annoying, dude. The Veiled modifier that provided reduced mana cost of skills during effect can no longer be unveiled or crafted on flasks. Yikes. Wow, Ruby, Sapphire, and Topaz, they not only swap to 5 max res, but they also lose 10% like just total res. So Beyond is not able to be rolled on maps anymore. Okay. There are now 3 tiers of additional elemental resistances during effect suffix modifiers on flasks. Wow, holy. Okay, these are Mage Blood nerfs. It took a while, boys, but we got there. Atlas changes. Yo, we actually got bingo. Cool. Bow nerfs. We got no ruthless patch notes. All right. This we did not get. Crafting nerfs we did get. Penance brand did get dissipated. This was not what I was expecting. I didn't see anything here, didn't see anything here, didn't see anything here. So yeah, we hit it. Catapult fragmentation is dead. I don't know if it's dead, but it's definitely not as good anymore, for sure. Like very much so not as good. I'm gonna have to do the math on it and see, but there's a chance we just don't use it at all anymore, I'm pretty sure. We'll see. I'll work on another wanding build and see if we can make something. You sure that's a nerf? With values of 18 to 20% at the highest tier, previously 37 to 40. They nerfed them by half. So like the resist that you get from flasks, like the suffix that you could get where you could just like toss this onto a Mage Blood and it would just fix your resists, this got hit by half. And the base flasks also have 10% less on like the normal flasks. Minions might be really good depending on a couple of things. All right, anyways, the Jewel suffix modifier that grants 3 to 5% reduced mana cost can no longer roll. Ooh. That's actually interesting because how does Explosive Trap fix its mana now? My question is, where do you get those tattoos? There seem to be a couple places that they're available from just like general maps. Watch a few different streamers. You spend the most valuable time explaining the game to folks that have been out of it for a while. I'm glad to help, dude. Penance Brand of Dissipation is... I don't know if it's dead, but it's definitely massively nerfed. Oh, let's look at these changes. So, the chance to block spell damage one is gone. Damage taken recouped his life is gone. Skill effect duration is gone. They got rid... Okay, so actually... The Blood Magic Firestorm is not actually back. They got rid of the life reservation efficiency. Wow, these are so much worse. What the fuck? These are so much worse. That's kind of unfortunate. They just got rid of all of the good shit. Yeah, so Blood Magic Firestorm doesn't actually work because this doesn't exist anymore. However, one good thing is that I think the fire resistance one is still around, right? Just not as much. So that means you can still use that one tech. This over here. The Red Nightmare tech. Should still be able to use that. They left in projectile speed. They left in mark effect. Does someone at GGG just hate me? What did I do? Why did they leave in a bunch of the broken ones and fucking get rid of life reservation efficiency of skills? Like, for real? They change it to chance to bleed on hit with attacks, bro. Are you kidding me? What is this garbage? Good shit, dude. Very fun. We don't exactly know where tattoos all come from. Alright, so don't care too much about that. Oh, wait. We did get Ruthless patch notes. We did get Ruthless patch notes, and actually Pathfinder did get nerfed, so we got double. Unwavering vision. All hideout NPCs are now able to refill your flasks for you. Okay. Whoa, hold up. What is this? Rare monster item bonus mechanics are now rarer, and the following item bonus mechanics have been removed. Item drops are converted to gems. That's kind of a buff. Item drops are converted to scarabs. That kind of sucks. Item drops have all white sockets. Item drops are duplicated. Slaying rare monsters give increased experience, and Slay rare monster gives increased gem Wait, what? They got rid of the gem I really liked the gem experience one. It made it so that you could pretty easily have level 20 gems. Why would you get rid of the gem experience one? That's really lame. I don't care about the other ones, but the gem experience one was really cool. Is this all in the league mechanic now? Maybe. Cycling damage reduction has been reworked and is now adaptive resistances. Monsters will become resistant to the highest damage type taken. Okay. Tormented spirits have more life. Strongbow monsters can't have plus the level of levels. I want to know what Sacred Wisp support does. Okay, so let's look at bug fixes. All right, so Arc of Surging is dead. Fix a bug where the crafted modifier for a percentage of physical damage leached as life was a suffix? Okay. Fixed a bug where the chance to freeze monster modifier only had a 1% chance to freeze. It is now 25. Whew. Fixed a bug where Stygian Spires were affected by monster fire additional projectile modifier. Oof. Fixed a bug where Penance Brand could fail to remove energy shield from a target when detaching. Fixed a bug where Iron Commander and Replica Iron Commander did not increase the number of transfigured siege and shrapnel ballista that you can replace. Yeah, but Scarabs are more powerful now. Fixed bug where transfigured skills with cooldowns could poison sockets, so the non-transfigured version with no cooldown would get the transfigured cooldown applied if they were later socketed in that socket. What the fuck? Fix a long-standing bug with lightning arrow's visual effects, where the lightning strike effect in the sky played on targets hit by the arrow was also unintentionally played on the extra targets. Oh, so it won't look as crazy anymore. Cool. Okay, so Rotgut doesn't work with minimum charges anymore. Unlucky. Fixed a bug introduced in 3.23 where Bladefall could target the wrong location when supported by Spell Cascade. I don't see anything about artillery. I don't see anything about artillery. So yeah, there's this bug with random arrows of artillery where if you use a skill without a target, all arrows will fall on the source of the attack. The best way to do this was Sunblast. Assuming you're using a 20/20 rain of arrows of artillery, it's 26 arrows coming right down on top of each trap. Throwing 3 traps at a time, that's 78 potential arrow hits with every skill use. 3,510% base damage. I don't see anything about it. I don't see anything. LA is good in the same build as Tornado. It's not as good as Tornado Shot was. But this kind of pisses me off, honestly. This tattoo, where they got rid of life reservation efficiency of skills, that kind of pisses me off. It's like, people already don't play like big blood magic builds and stuff like that most of the time. And the fact that they got rid of this just kind of makes me sad. What I see, build starters will be the ones that were good and not mentioned here as a nerf. Yeah, probably. We need to see some more of the T-gems, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm curious to see what all we have left out of the tattoos. This kind of makes me sad. Okay, I got a lot of stuff to test, a lot of stuff to work on. We will see. Basically, any League Start build that I was planning all got nerfed. They all got nerfed into the ground, too. So yeah. We got some work to do. I'll be working on some stuff. We'll see. I'm probably going to work on a Wander build and see if we can get something together. We will see. I don't know, but appreciate you boys. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I don't know when next stream will be. We're going to have to work on some stuff. I've got my work cut out for me in the next week, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So take care, boys. Appreciate you. Thank you for all the bits, all the follows, all the donuts, all the level of support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll stream a lot towards League Start, but as for like everything else, I don't know, man. We'll see. Appreciate you, boys. Take care, and I will see you all later. Gamers. And make sure that you pet Duckless in the chat on the way out.